it's good that they're still enforcing those and passing down those messages and learnings to a lot of these younger kids.
For the first time today, Bhumika Badararaju into the attack, the off spinner, 16 years old. Very exciting young talent. From the first game I saw her, I was very impressed. She's got that action. And I'm sure the more Julia works with her, allows her to be a lot more side on. This one was a good shout. I'm not interested, but the more side on she gets as she goes through her career, the more drift she will be able to ascertain, as well as the more spin and purchase. She's already getting some, as we've seen in that first match of this 50-over series.
Yeah, she picked up a really good 5-wicket haul in the regionals, which I think really gave her a lot of confidence. We can see she actually gets some good turn. At the moment, we probably won't be tweaking that action too much. I mean, it's obviously coming towards the end of the domestic season. She's got a lot of confidence. She's bowling quite well. And is there a need when she's actually doing, getting the wickets and landing them on good areas? So another interesting field placement here from Shabani Basker, having a leg gully in. Nadia Gruny down leg. So she's going to be attacking the stumps. Shahasha backing away to give herself some room. And it's a good single. She's made that easily. Good running from ball one. Called straight off the bat there. So again, Shahasha showing that experience.
Yeah, it was a direct hit. That could have been interesting, but good groaning of the bat there saved her. So, of course, we've got this battle on our hands, and Bhumika Badaraju, the fact that she's been able to get the purchase on this surface, it tends to be a pitch where the ball doesn't necessarily spin for any and everyone. Only the real spinners of the ball are able to get some purchase out of this track. So the fact that she's been able to sort of exert that spin on this surface, I think it means well for the type of bowler she is, especially being a finger spinner. Look at that delivery. Excellent from Bhumika Badaraju. So being a finger spinner, she does get a lot of purchase, which is very exciting to see at 16 years old.
Yeah, and I particularly like the fact that she likes to flight it up there as well. She really tries to tempt the batter to come down the wicket, get that stumping. And Shabani Basker, the captain's taken over the gloves today, and I'm sure she's keen to get another dismissal to her name.
I can tell you it'll be very difficult for Basker to top the work of her opposite, Sindhu Shiharsha, in that second game. She was lightning quick behind the stumps, but I've been impressed with what I've seen from Basker thus far. She's already taken the one catch. So, end of what looks to be the 14th over. And we are going to have drinks, 41 for 4. So, what a start it's been in these initial 14 overs for the Eastern and Central Conference. Losing the toss in this Sistar Mortgage Women's National Championships 2021 here at the Broward County Stadium. They were asked to bowl first, and the captain, Shabani Baska, will be so happy with the way her team has gone about these initial 14 overs.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. They're really taking it up to the batters from the West. West currently up 1-0 in the series after a washout in the first game. Now we've had a change of ends for Gitika Kadali coming on at the stadium end. What end are we calling this?
Oh, well, there are no names for the end, but we
can just
call
make
it,
our own up.
Yeah, of course.
Commentators end. Let's talk about ourselves a bit.
It's interesting, though, because they've dropped a couple chances in the field, the Eastern Central Conference. However, the fielding has been impressive. We've already seen the run-out of Erica Renler. So that's good to see them in terms of the morale of the fielders. Even though those couple of chances went down, they still stayed locked in. And I'm interested to see if they can continue. This one, excellent cricket shot from Sindhu Sriharsha. She's that type of player. The longer she spends at the crease, the more runs she tends to score and the more capacity of runs she's capable of.
Yeah, there seems to be a definite plan to bowl short to Sindhu Sriharsha, and she's sort of been onto it straight away today, and I like the fact that she's playing her shots from ball one. One of the advantages of batting down the order is you get to see what the top order have done, how they've gone about it, what the pitch is doing, how quickly the ground's running. The fact that Gitika Kadali, I think she's just getting her line wrong at the moment with the field that she's got. Much better spot. Particularly, she's got a 6-3 field with a short sort of backward square. With her coming wide on the crease and trying to bowl in at the stumps and at the batter, there is that tendency of potentially occasionally exposing that leg side and particularly behind the wicket. So, if anything, I'd probably push that deep backward square back to the first light pole, sort of down at a backward square or a fine leg. Much better areas though. It's perfect.
Yeah, the captain's given her that pat offside field, so she needs to adjust that line. That first delivery, she'll be disappointed with the change in ends. Maybe trying to utilize that short ball, but the line was completely wrong, and you can't get much wrong when you're bowling Sindhu Sriharsha. There it is, bringing that outside edge into play.
She does have a tendency to want to play through there. I mean, even though it sort of appeared to be an outside edge, it was a sort of controlled shot. She played it with nice soft hands. Nadia Gruny, picked it up just on the one bounce, but that is a scoring area for her when she gets stuck. That's her go-to, is to just push it through that backward point, third position. Much better areas there. Need to get Sindhu on that front foot.
What would sort of be the thinking in terms of a change of ends?
Yeah, it could be anything to do with a slight rise in the pitch. You can sort of see, I think, that it does drop off a little bit at that far end. So some of the bowlers, it does mess with their rhythm and their run-up, particularly the pace bowlers that are coming off such a long run. Oh, that's kept low. And he's going to give her on that. There's nothing you could do about that. Sindhu Sriharsha, very, very unlucky there. Low bounce, but good work there from Gitika Kadali, bowling stump to stump. And she's managed to get the big scalp of Sindhu Sriharsha.
Yeah, she comes across her stumps, Sindhu Sriharsha, generally, and unfortunately for her, probably hitting a bad spot in the surface. That one kept extremely low. She'll be very disappointed, and one disappointment brings jubilation for the Eastern and Central Conference, because that wicket really puts them in the driver's seat in this encounter, because Sriharsha, being the captain and one of the most experienced players in this series, they'll be happy to see the back of her at the end. Well, one delivery remaining in the 15th, but the 5th wicket going down for 46. Sriharsha, her short stay comes to an end. She's gone for 9.
She's going to be replaced now by Annika Colin. Batted at 3 the other day. Very promising young player from the Bay Area. Wicketkeeper bat. Who works a lot with Sindhu Sriharsha, and there are a lot of similarities about the two. And they'll be needing her to really step up here to ensure that they can get this back on track. 5 for 46 is not the sort of scorecard the West want to be looking at. Annika Colin having a birthday later this month. She'll be turning 15, so only 14 at the moment, clearly.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Julia, isn't today the birthday of Mahika Kandanala, the opening batsman?
It is. So it wasn't the best birthday present from her, getting caught behind off the bowling of Holly Charles, but a great over there to finish there, Gitika Katali. And it's 46 for 5.
Yeah, conditions really excellent for cricket for the first time this week. I was so relieved to look at the forecast yesterday and see no rain. I think it was a 30% chance at some point, but nothing to be too worried about. And for the, it's been some miserable weather here in Florida. This is the hurricane season, and really happy to have this. Hopefully we can get the full 100 overs, because not just about the cricket, but in terms of these women in the national setup fielding for 100 overs or taking part in a 100 over game, it does help with the mental fortitude that they have going forward in terms of their cricketing careers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously they don't get these opportunities too often and play on a world-class field like we've got here at Broward County. So they need to really take advantage of the situation at the moment. The West, they're definitely going to fight. They're not going to be throwing the towel in it anytime soon, as we see Bhumika Badaraju continue with her spell.
Yeah, and I keep mentioning her name, Isani Vaghela, 35 in that last game. It was a mature innings from her, the young 15-year-old. So she still to come, probably wanting to give some others an opportunity. Sindhu Sriharsha, the captain. But they'll need to do some serious consolidation if they're to get back into a winning chance. If you look at how things are right now, being 46 for 5, what sort of score, if you're these two in the middle, are you looking at getting?
Well, I don't know if they'd be looking at end score at the moment. What they're going to be trying to do is just stabilise where they're at the moment. Look for the sort of 2 or 3 and over, trying to tick it over, keep it nice and safe. We talk about different gears that they'll be shifting through. So the moment it's gear 1, it's taking advantage of those loose balls, making sure you're scoring off those, playing nice, safe bread and butter shots that you'd normally play, taking on those half volleys. Stepping inside the line of that, Snigdha Paul played that beautifully. She's got a really nice temperament about the way she goes about her batting, particularly for a young kid. She's also a softball background, still plays at the moment, but she's trying to balance that with her cricket as well at the moment. So they'll just be looking to stabilise this, consolidate, make sure they can start ticking it over until they start to accelerate and sort of push into that gear 2.
And in terms of some of the similarities, for those that may not know our international viewers about softball, what would you say are some of the similarities in cricket and softball?
Well, obviously, it's just a bat and ball sport. Obviously, the hand-eye coordination, those sort of things, particularly the horizontal bat shots. You notice it's like someone like Erica Rendler, she does prefer to really slap the ball down the ground, as does Mahika Kandanala. And particularly anything that's short that's going to be around that sort of waist area is a real strength for softballers. But the other good thing is their arms in the field. Usually they're some of our better fielders, despite the fact that they're not using a mitt. They're very good. They get into position really early. They've got a good base when they throw off, and they're fantastic in the field, which is a vital part of the game.
The Sistar Mortgage Women's National Championships 2021, match number 3 of this 50-over encounter. End of the 16th over. It's 47 for 5. Gitika Kwadali seems to be bowl the over coming up. But Julia, in terms of the domestic pathway, which has now been put out and of course backed by Sistar Mortgage, we are of course at the Sistar Mortgage Women's National Championships. How great has it been to have them on board in terms of trying to grow women's cricket in this way, in terms of using that domestic pathway?
Yeah, it's a big coup for USA women's cricket, definitely. We've probably lacked a little bit in the past with regards to that financial support and the budget to enable competitions like this to happen. I've mentioned before how essential it is for the girls to be playing at a high level constantly and in competitive competitions, as well as with that pressure on. You can't get better. I think in the past when we played in the 29 World Cup qualifiers. A lot of the girls are doing a lot of training in the nets, but they're not actually doing it out in the ground. So this sponsorship allows us to expand our program and to really get the girls playing more games out in the middle and good pressure, being able to put their skills in the middle. And really test themselves out. We've also, obviously, the running between wickets has been a little bit of an issue. And again, that's that judgment that the more games they play at a high level, particularly, the more they're going to understand when they can run, when they can't, and working on those judgment calls. So it's been vital to make sure that these girls continue to grow and develop and be able to have access to be able to play in competitions like this. Great shot there. Snigdha Paul, not a high backlift, but she has absolutely timed that perfectly, and that's reached the boundary before anyone can cut that off. So a very, very useful boundary there for the West.
Yeah, look at what a bit of sunshine does at the Lauderdale ground. You can see that race to the boundary, and probably comes down to also some good timing from Snigdha Paul. She'll be very happy with that. She was getting a bit bogged down in her first 18 deliveries, but getting a boundary will do her confidence a world of good. So some thinking to be done for Girika Kodali. Not her usual consistent self. Seen some loose deliveries, but clearly trying to attack that off-stump line with that packed offside field. But Snigdha Paul was just better on that occasion. Yeah, much better on the stumps. And looking back at the pathway, Julia, another step on the pathway is the Under-19 Women's Nationals, which is coming up August 11th. That's coming soon. How excited are you for that? We've already seen some Under-19 talent on display here in these Sistar Mortgage Women's National Championships.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Obviously, the ICC announcing last year that they're now going to have an Under-19 World Cup. Oh, it's just fallen short. That's that little bit of extra bounce that some of these bowlers are getting, particularly the taller bowlers in Kodali and Charles, that it's getting a little hard to control and potential chances of wickets there. But yeah, so fantastic work from these girls. I can't even remember what the question was and where we were going with that.
Yeah, we were speaking about the step in the pathway in terms of the Under-19 Nationals and the Nationals coming up August 11th to the 13th.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. And the fact that we've got so many Under-19 players in this tournament as well, and the seniors, it really goes to show that what sort of skill level and talent we've got of girls coming through. The Under-19s next week, we've got about 13 new girls coming in. Quite a few of those have to be 13 or older to be eligible on that, and we've got quite a few 13 or 14-year-olds that are displaying some unbelievable talent, which is fantastic to see. So we're going to see some great fireworks hopefully next week. I'm sure they're going to be running around on a international field. They wouldn't have played here before, so I'm sure they're just as excited to see to play as here as we are to see what they can produce next week.
Yeah, getting that extra bounce in. With her height, she naturally will. So an eventful over, a good one for the Western Conference. 5 coming from it. At the end of 17 overs, it's 53 for 5. Anika Colin, Snigdha Paul, 2 in the middle for the Western Conference as they try this rebuild. 50 coming up in the 17th over. Bhumika Badaraju, the off spinner. And we've touched on her throughout the series, but you mentioned earlier that ability to always want to flight the ball, even though she, doesn't have any protection at long on or long off. She's got both of those fielders in the circle. She still entices the batsman, and that's how you know of a really courageous young player.
Yeah, absolutely. And particularly both of these batters, they've only just come out, really. They haven't been in the middle for very long. So what you want to do is try and encourage them to try and hit over the top. Difficult early. She wants to try and, get them to come out of the crease, hopefully beat the bat with that nice flight that she's got. And Shibani Baska, the keeper, waiting for that opportunity. But I like the fact that she's doing that. We've also got a super aggressive field at the moment from the east, which, as they should be at 5 for 53, they've got them reeling. So Yeah, not a lot of foot movement, sorry. Not a lot of foot movement from the batter at the moment. You generally, when a lot of people come out, they do tend to get a little nervous. Feet get a little bit heavy. So it's really, really difficult for the batters to come out to slow bowling as soon as they've come in.
And especially to someone like Colin, who we saw in the last over, use the pace so nicely of Gitika Kodali to get that boundary. She'll really have to generate her own power to the likes of someone like Bhumika Badaraju. So good tactics being shown by the captain, Shabani Bhaskar. And speaking about those bowlers that will pace off, should get a couple here. Also, Lisa Ramjit, who we saw in the last game, was very effective with her pace off deliveries. She's also another option that Bhaskar can go to. End of the over. So Badaraju really continuing her spell nicely. End of 18, it's 53. 54 correction for 5. New bowler into the attack, Anika Kumar. What can you tell us about Anika, Julia?
Yeah, a young player from Maryland. Her and her sister, Nishka. Nishka played the other day, left armour as well. So both very talented. And I could get this completely wrong, but I think they're both black belts in some sort of martial art. So they're very disciplined girls, work hard, and got plenty of potential, clearly by both being selected in this women's Sistar Mortgage Women's National Championships. Just not quite getting her line right at the moment. Sometimes it can be difficult for some of these bowlers to come out and have to bowl at a left-hander straight away if they haven't really practiced that before. It's up until this year we didn't really have too many left-handers around the system, and now we've seemed to have a plethora of them, which is great for the game, obviously, just to keep everything changing up, making it more difficult for opposition bowlers.
And Julia, I just want to publicly apologize to all of our viewers for all the times that I've said batsman over the last 3 days. It's been a interesting journey for me in this being my first women's cricket. But definitely I love the fact that we're moving forward away from that term and we're now using batter. So feel free in the comments to roast me if you ever hear me use that. But no, these two batters at the crease, they've been fine to watch. Julia's also holding me very tight.
It's all right. I've been guilty of it myself. I've said batsman for a long time, but obviously it's great, the inclusive language and terminology that cricket's embracing at the moment around the world. So just to make sure that everyone feels comfortable and included in the sport. So it does take a little while to transition that. I do actually even remember years ago, like it used to be fieldsman, and somehow that's just transitioned beautifully into fielder, which made it, nice and easy for everyone to feel welcome in the game.
That one angling sharply back into Sting the Paul. So she's taken some time at the crease, but we have mentioned the difficulty that this surface does present to sort of get in, and especially with her team being in some trouble at 50 for 5 when she did walk in. You can understand sort of the approach she's taken thus far.
Yeah, definitely. And she's got a really good temperament. She did this for the Southwest against the West in their longer format 50-over games. Was the only batter that really sort of stuck out there, and, wickets falling all around her all the time, and she just stayed out there, turned over the strike, looked for singles. You know, and I like her temperament, particularly in that longer format. We're still really trying to work on, you know, the different styles of player that we would like to be selecting in that longer format. And Snigda's definitely putting up a hand. She came third in the regionals in the player of the tournament as well as a young kid. So she's certainly putting her hand up at the moment. I think she just got copped one on the handle of the splice, which before from Anika Kumar just sort of reared a little bit at her, slightly shorter ball, and that one's kept low, but she's called that off the bat. Beautiful running there from the West. Little misfield by Lisa Ramjet at mid-wicket. But again, runs hard to come by here at Broward Stadium. 55 for 5, and I'll apologise because I always say it the other way around.
Gotta love the Australians.
Yeah, we like to do things a little bit differently in Australia.
In this interim, Julia, it's a big year for not just women's cricket, but USA cricket on a whole. But if we look solely at the women's game, you know, you've got a big T20 World Cup coming up, you know, soon, as you would have mentioned, the ICC announcing a various number of women tournaments. And you've also got some T20s coming up at the Sister Mortgage Women's National in 2021. And, of course, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, these two teams will be in battle in a T20 format. So we've had the 50-over cricket. You mentioned sort of the importance of getting these females to sort of spend more time in the middle. But the T20s, we saw the comfort yesterday from the likes of Gargi Bogle, Isani Valkela. How important do you think it will become the weekend, sort of just looking towards that preparation for the T20 World Cup?
Yeah, it'd be interesting if we'd actually switched this around and had the T20s played first. Would that have affected how the girls went about playing in the 50-over game? I'm not sure. Maybe that's something to experiment with. But, yeah, the girls are definitely more comfortable playing in the T20 format. They do that a lot more in their clubs back home where they're at. But it's vitally important, again, for us to be able to see who's performing at this level. And, you know, the next championship we've got coming up is the T20 regional qualifiers. So it's Americas, that's against Argentina, Canada and Brazil, and the winning team from that will go through to the World Cup qualifiers, which is just that one tier down from the World Cup. So it's a big thing for the USA. We made that in 2019 when we defeated Canada 3-0, but now we've got a couple of the South American countries in there as well. At the moment, Brazil is actually ranked higher than us based on the number of games that they play. I think with 2020 it's been difficult us being able to get any bilateral series or any other ranking points up. So we've really got to make sure that we win that competition to ensure that we go through. So, you know, this competition is going to be great on the weekend. I'm really looking forward to it because, again, the girls understand that those international caps are on the line.
Yeah, and you've got that influx of new talent, and, you know, off the field you can hear the importance that they know what's to come. But, Julia, it's interesting because for you as coach, you know, you've coached so many professionals at the elite level, but as a player, you've also won 2 World Cups yourself. So a big stage like the regional qualifier, even the T20 World Cup, which I know is a long way away. What is sort of some of the planning that will go into the USA women's cricket national setup that you will bring, given your vast experience?
As into the national team itself?
Yes, just the whole mentality. Yeah,
well, we'll be doing a lot of reviews of areas of sort of weakness, I suppose you would want to call it, or areas that we can improve on, and that's out. That's going to be a stumping, and that's great work there. Through that a little bit wider was Bhumika Badriaju, and a great piece of keeping there from Shabani Basker, and she's got the wicket of Anika Kolan. In fact, I was in their planning meeting yesterday, and they did actually think that they could set up Anika Kolan by throwing it a little bit wider there. So it's great when you can start seeing these plans pay off, particularly in this 50-over format, which is the way that you need to win games. You have to get wickets if you're going to win 50-over games. So great work there from the east. We've taken their 6th wicket. It's now 57 for 6.
Yeah, Kolan goes without troubling the scores. And in walks Isani Valkela to the middle. But, yeah, just continuing on our initial discussion, even what you just said there about planning for these national games, it shows, you know, the depth, the amount of work that's gone into putting something like this from the player's perspective into place. And practice makes perfect, as the old saying goes. So that's good to see that sort of research being done. There is an analyst here.
We've also got, obviously, as we're saying, we're getting it all coded, and there's the opportunity for the girls to do their own analysis. We've been doing a lot of work on opposition analysis and processes of what you do off the field, and then we can actually start transferring that to on the field. So that's their processes are getting quicker and quicker on how they're analysing their opposition, how they can adapt, and then we've actually turned that on themselves, where they have to analyse themselves, and that honesty is so vitally important for improvement in the game. So, and the girls have been fantastic, sending in their analysis all the time, looking at what they're in a larger group, being quite vulnerable and open and happy to take that feedback on and constructive criticism as well. So the only way you're going to get better is to do those sort of analysis and make sure that you're challenging yourself constantly, and having that honesty with yourself. So another wide there from Annika Kumar. Just not quite getting it right to the left-handers. We've got another Snigdha Paul still staying out there at the moment on a 10 runs off 34 deliveries.
Yeah, Snigdha Paul, she's been there for a while. The way, in terms of you look at the complexion of this game, you would think these two will be the crucial partnership for the Western Conference. If they can bat these next 10 overs, that's what they'll be targeting. And get this team closer maybe to that 150 mark. Scamper through for the quick single. Then it gives them that platform in the final 10 to sort of get close to that 200 score. So this will be the crucial partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk a lot about trust in the group, and the trust obviously in your teammates, and there's a little element of lack of trust there again with Snigdha Paul and Asani Vegala. They haven't batted again together quite a lot, with Snigdha Paul from Houston and Asani from the Bay Area, but there was a call off the bat from Snigdha then, and there was no response from Asani. She was a little concerned that she may be getting run out, and there's times that you're just going to have to trust your partner, and that's one of the things that we really took out of the 2019 World Cup qualifiers is, stop worrying about what's happening with you. You trust your partner. If they're calling it, you go. You can discuss it later if you happen to get out, but you've got to sometimes make mistakes to learn, or take those risks to also learn. So in that case, Asani nearly got run out, but it was absolutely a run every time. So I would hope we'd see at the end of the over, Snigdha and Asani come together and start talking about that. I've got a bit of a space. I like to hit forward of the wicket. Snigdha can talk about how she's playing the ball off her legs or through the offside, and how she's going to get her runs. So we did see Asani Vegala the other day bat very, very well, and it wouldn't surprise me here if they decide to bring on someone like Gitika Kadali or Holly Charles that does bowl that shorter option. We saw that she had a few issues with that shorter ball.
And just to your initial point about the running between the wickets, it's a contrast because in the second game, when Lassie Mulapudi came to the crease and batted with Asani Vegala, it was flawless in terms of their running between the wickets. And you mentioned the camaraderie that they have off the field. So definitely the more time that this team spends together, the more communication builds, and I'm sure it's all a work in progress. Yeah,
we saw a great run there. That was Snigdha Paul calling the run through after it's gone through sort of a backward point to the left of Holly Charles. Holly Charles being a right-hander. And it's those little things that you can start to really pick up easy runs just by understanding who's in the field, where the ball's going. Are you aware whose call it's going to be? So great work from those two immediately. Oh, the ball's in the air, and it's a wide ball. She's slashed at that. And a good catch to Nadia Gruny at backward point. Very, very loose shot there from Snigdha Paul. And very unusual for her. Has done a lot of the hard work to stay out there and start to get herself in. And has just thrown her wicket away. So East doing a great job here. Right on top. 6 for 60.
Yeah, that's 7. No, Julia, so partnership, the crucial one that we were speaking of, being broken. And it's the big wicket of Snigdha Paul as well. She was a set batter, being at the crease for 35 deliveries. She's gone for 11. It's now 60 for 7.
And the new batter coming in is Giovanna Aras. She's only been in the game for about 6 months or so, but she's picked it up pretty quickly. Seattle girl.
And for her to be at the Women's Nationals, I think that's very impressive because I know the level of competition that there is around the country for, a place here. These are the best 28 female cricketers in the United States. So very impressive. 6 months into her young, short cricket career.
Yeah, she's more at the moment a bowler, and we'll probably open the bowling for the East for the West when they come out, but she's also a left-handed bat. Probably hasn't played enough cricket in the middle to be pushing up the order quite yet, but certainly showing some potential with the bat. It'll be interesting to see how she goes here. A bit of a tough wicket to get in at the moment.
For those that are new to the domestic pathway, of course, the Sistar Mortgage domestic pathway, Julia, how does the qualification for a series like the Women's National Championships happen? How do you sort of make this final 28?
Well, it sort of starts back at the intra-regional level, and there's 12 teams around the country. 12 teams around the country that the girls can trial for to get into. And from those tournaments and the inter-regionals, they get selected into our regional championships, which is 4 teams of the East, Southeast, Southwest and West. And then from those regional championships, they then get selected in these national championships. So it's a pretty easy system at the moment. We obviously want to keep growing it. We want to align it eventually with the USA cricket system, which is the zonal system, which is 6. But at the moment, due to our players that we're growing, our numbers at the moment, we think for quality purposes, it's essential to keep that high competition happening, and the regionals will stay at 4 for the moment until we continue to grow the game. But absolutely, we want people playing out in their communities and at their local leagues, and we're encouraging women's competitions to spring up around the country, particularly underneath and based around those 12 core inter-regional teams that we've currently got. One in the Bay Area, one in Seattle, and one in LA. We've also got one in Houston, one in Dallas. We've got one in Atlanta and 2 in North Carolina, one in Boston, one in Philadelphia, one in New York, and one in DC. So plenty of opportunity around the country to continue to grow the game, but that's where we're at the moment.
So we saw really carnage from the Eastern Central Conference with ball in hand, making inroads deep into this Western Conference. Was struggling, you would say, at 60 for 7 in the 22nd over. This one in the air, but in the gap. Holly Charles, the chase is on. Should just be a couple. So get home easily. Would you say more good bowling or poor shot selection?
Well, I think it was good bowling. She's flighting it up nice and early. Asani probably hasn't quite got the pace of the pitch yet at this stage, and maybe a little lucky for Asani Vegala. She was trying to go over the top, but managed to just actually split the 2 fielders just forward of the wicket there. So you can see now they're making a slight adjustment. Onika Wallison coming over to the offside into a sort of a short extra cover catching position, bringing up the fielder from the deep and getting Kadali into that mid-wicket gap now. So just trying to tighten it up on that offside.
No, I actually am very happy with that shot selection. I was referring sort of to the overall approach by the Western Conference and this game. Would you more put it down to the Eastern Conference and they're dominant with ball in hand, or you think the Western Conference could have been a bit better?
I think the Eastern Conference has bowled in some pretty good areas. I don't know if it was completely unplayable. There's a couple of balls, obviously the one that got Sindhu Shahasha, kept low, and that was probably a little unlucky. But generally, I think they've bowled in some pretty good areas. I think the West probably could be a little bit better in their shot selection as well. So, but immediately, I love the energy of Asani Vegala. She's just got so much sprite about her. She'll be really helpful for Giovanna Aris out there, who's, as I mentioned, quite new to the game. But she's got a lot of energy as well as another young kid as well, who we're playing in the national championships next week as well in the under-19s.
Yeah, 15 years old. I can tell you, I'm a big Asani Vegala fan in terms of what she's been able to achieve in that second game, opening the bowling, getting a wicket, and then with a bat in hand, that 35 not out. It was an innings full of maturity. And when you're playing at a national championships with, some women that are past 30 years old, they're a lot more mature than she would be. The fact that she's been able to stand out in this big way, I think it really means well for where her game is at and where it can go in terms of her ceiling for USA cricket. Good stop at cover. They've got to hurry, but the poor throw means that the Aras can get home in the end.
Yeah, and that running between the wickets there caught Giovanna Aris a little bit off guard. However, what I do like is that she's hit it hard. There was a misfield, and Asani's made that decision immediately to go. So they've just got to make sure you're on your toes when you're with Asani out there. She's one of our fitter players in the group. 17-1, I think she got in her yo-yo. So yeah, you've got a lot of running to do if you're out there with Asari Vegala.
Having young players like a Isani Vaikela, even a Lassim Mulapudi, Julia, does this sort of speak to the depth in USA women's cricket, having them here competing at this System Mortgage Women's National Championships 2021?
Well, what it does for me is just bode well for the future. We've got so many young kids coming through. They're really pushing and challenging their senior players that have, for so long been in the USA team. So it's been really good for the entire culture of the group, is having that fitness challenged, having the energy around the group challenged. Some horrifically young music getting played in the change rooms now instead of a bit more old school stuff. So. But everything about it is constantly evolving, and that's going to happen in a game where we're still trying to grow it. We're growing our numbers, and it's very much in its infancy. So to me, it's pretty exciting to be part of. To know that we've got so many young kids coming through that are going to be pushing for some spots and ensuring that you need that push up to make sure that the game is going to constantly improve, and that the level at the top is you're picking your cream out of all the girls that are playing around the country. A play and miss there. Just a little bit of inconsistent bounce. We saw that there was some decent bounce. You do look at the way that Annika Kumar bowls, though, and she's a much different bowler because of her height. Does tend to skid it through. Not a high jump through the crease, really pushes through the crease, which is, again, something that we'll be working on, a little bit of lower body strength. Where you look at the compared to her with Geetika Kadali, and she was probably in a similar position to Anika Kumar 2 years ago, and she's been in our program now for a couple of years. Oh, that's a big shout right there. He wanted to give that, but not out. A little bit lucky. Did look like it didn't quite get up as much as she thought it did. But Holly Charles, Geetika Kadali, both get right over the top of the ball and extract some good bounce out of this. But bowlers like, and even Asali, Vigala, but later on will be similar to Anika Kumar with that skidding through on this pitch.
Yeah, and I was just waiting to watch Anika Kumar a little more before making the point. She does seem to get something off the surface as well in terms of seam, and I haven't seen much of that. More lateral movement as opposed to movement off the surface. So that's also another impressive asset of her game. And there you see the quick running again by Isani Vaikela. Really just brings different intensity to the middle every time she walks out to bat, regardless of the number, because we saw her coming at 4 in match number 2 today, asked to play a different role in at number 9.
Yeah, and I like the fact that she's also calling off the bat. Generally, that's a really good sign. It means that she's got some good plans in her head about how she's going to go about scoring her runs. Probably the East have just dropped their bundle a little bit. There's been a few misfields, a couple of drop catches. They just really need to, even though they've got the squeeze on at the moment, at having West at 65 for 7. A bit of an appeal there, but it's maybe more hope than anything. So, yeah, they've probably just dropped the bundle a little bit, which can tend to happen, and there's nothing more annoying than when you can't get those last few wickets when you've had them on the ropes the whole time.
Julia, I'm a West Indian fan. I think I know very much about that in West Indies cricket, but we've made some tail-enders look like world-class batsmen. I won't even go there, but what I'll say is the pressure being put by Isani Vaikela with her running between the wickets, I think that's what's caused that small drop in morale for the less experienced players who may be starting to feeling it a bit, but they've got a very experienced Shabani Bhaskar behind the stumps, the captain, so she'll be trying to get her players up and ready for the challenge. The Kumar over comes to an end. She's been economical in her first 3 overs. It's 66 for 7 at the end of 23 overs. So back here at the Broward County Stadium in Lauderdale, Fort Lauderdale, of course. Beautiful day for cricket, picturesque scenes. Remember, you can come to the ground, see some of the talent on display any day of the week. This one should be a no ball and is. So we just had Anika Kumar. Now we're getting her sister, Nishka Kumar. It's been a wayward start thus far, the wide and now the no ball. So Isani Vaikela will really be fancying her chances. 13 deliveries, she's been at the crease. Can't make any changes to the field. Only the two players at the boundary. Goes big, through extra cover, inside out. It's a quick outfield, and she gets value. Just opened up. Authoritative stroke for Vaikela. And she'll be very pleased with that. Off the middle of the bat, good connection. Eastern Conference, where they've got some thinking to do. She's just not getting it right here, Nishka Kumar. It's another no ball, so almost like a Christmas present for Isani Vaikela. Just getting a free hit, striking a boundary, and here it comes again. So she'll just need to line things up a bit here, Nishka Kumar. The Eastern Conference, they wouldn't want to relieve the pressure. Walking down to that one. Good change of pace from Kumar. Much better on that occasion. Vaikela disgusted that she missed out there. So already this over going for for 7 runs. Just had one delivery. Much better from Nishka Kumar. That current run rate, just over 3. And this partnership already worth 13. 10 of those scored by Vaikela. She's been the authoritative force in the partnership. And the longer she stays there, the more worry will begin to set in for the Eastern Central Conference. At this stage, even though they haven't got the wicket of Vaikela, they'll feel pretty confident. This is a good surface for batting. The sun is out. And they do have a lot of batting prowess, the Eastern Conference. So they'll be anywhere around 100 or less. They'll really fancy their chances to win this game. We did see them get to 140 yesterday in just around 40 overs.
Sunny's Vergela has picked up where she left off the other day. Hitting some really nice cover drives. Steps inside that one nicely and tucks it off her hip. Probably for the 2. Down to fine leg. She's had really good intent since she's been out there and is really helping along this score. And it's probably something a few of the top order could have a look at her and learn from. Hasn't played anything too risky so far.
Well, she's very quick between the wickets, and you can tell the seriousness that she adapts when she walks out to bat. End of the over, a very good one for the Western Conference. Able to get 8 from it. It's 75 for 7. Well, after 24 overs, Holly Charles has got the ball in hand. So a bowling change. Anika Kumar, I just felt she was just beginning to get into her stride. Interesting to see her off the attack. But it could be that want of the wicket to sort of break this partnership by Shabani Bhaskar. Holly Charles will angle the ball back in to the left-handed Aras. So, interesting move.
Yeah, I don't mind it per se. I mean, I was actually thinking that Asani Vagela, she's really starting to feel more comfortable out there, and I really wanted that match up straight away with either Gitika Kadali or Holly Charles coming on immediately, that she came out there and to try that short pitch bowling at us straight away, and they just seem to have missed a bit of a trick there. She's started to get a lot more settled now, and I just don't know if they've missed the boat there.
Yeah, only time will tell, but they'll need that wicket some way, somehow. You would think if they can get the wicket of Asani Vaghela instantly, it puts a halt to the momentum that's being built by the Women's Western Conference.
And the other point is, Giovanna Aris, this is her fourth ball that she's faced, and there's not really a lot of pressure on her. There's no slips. There's nothing really attacking about bowling at this there. Again, it's a very T20 field, and I just love them to be trying to work out how they're going to be getting these wickets all the time that they're doing this, and by not having a slip, they've just missed out on one opportunity there.
In the air, falls in no man's land.
Okay, and that shorter delivery, not that that was too short, but just banging in a little bit does create a little bit of variable bounce that can cause a little bit of concern for the batters.
Yeah, Holly Charles making an impact straight away. Credit to you, Julia. You called for it as soon as Asani Vaghela walked up to bat. That one way down the leg side, and good quick single again. She's got to hurry. Direct hit could have been interesting.
It was quite casual, running to the other end. I think she was disappointed and probably thinking that over and ahead as she's running down the wicket, that she wished she'd got a little bit of bat on that, just a leg bite. But again, this will be interesting to see what they do here. As I've mentioned, the short ball causing a few concerns for Vaghela the other day. Not from Holly Charles. She didn't get to bowl any at it, but she does. She's a strong bowler. She gets over her front leg really well, which is crucial in being able to get that ball different lengths. Doesn't have to get it up too high, though. Asani's only a little thing.
And I wouldn't expect Holly Charles to bowl full at Asani Vaghela, given the prowess we've seen on the front foot by her throughout this innings. End of the over. So Holly Charles not really getting to plan much to the young Vaghela. At the end of 25 overs, the halfway stage of this innings, it's 76 for 7.
Bhumika Barraju still continuing from the other end.
So a bowling change, just the one over from Nishko Kumar, went for 9 runs, and at this stage the captain wanted to keep the pressure on, so she's gone back to a resident spinner. I never thought I would say that about a 16-year-old.
What I'd also like is great. I was about to say Shabani Bhaskar, at least she's pulling in Nadia Gruny from gully there into a pretty wide, probably a 1.5 now, slip to the left-hander. Good matchup.
Yeah, and Shabani Bhaskar has been extremely tidy behind the stumps. Haven't spoken much about her, which is always a good thing for a wicketkeeper. What was your sort of interactions? You know, if you ever went and watched back to your highlights or footage when you were in your playing days, Julia, did you ever want to hear your name being called by the commentators?
Nope. Never. No, it's a good thing. Usually, you're right. If you're not talking too much about the wicketkeepers, then generally they're doing a pretty good job. Oh, the one-handed diving catch. Giovanna Aris pushes it through mid-wicket, and they scurry through for the single. She gets off the mark. Fraction risky. That was Moksha Chowdhury. Couldn't quite get a hand on that one. She'll be feeling a lot better having that one run against her name now.
Right, this is the matchup I want to see. The 16 up against the 15. Isani Vaikela is not the type of player that will get too bogged down. She likes to play her shots, especially on the front foot. And given the flight that we've seen Bhumika Badaraju go about her work with, this will be a very interesting matchup. There it is. The cover drive comes out. She times it to perfection. A stop, though, by the point fielder. May have got a deflection on it. Slowed it down and just a single. But this is really a class innings thus far. Well constructed.
Yeah, she's just really confident in her stroke making. You can see that she's, just determined to play her shots. It looks like she's really clear in her head about how she's going about scoring. And that's what we try and talk about a fair bit.
And if you're Giovanna Arras, you just want to get Vaikela back on strike to face the majority of deliveries, find those quick singles, because we know that she does run very well between the wickets. Just the 2 runs from the over for Bhumika Badaraju. At the end of 26 overs is 78 for 7.
Holly Charles to continue her spell. 1 for 6 off 4 at the moment. So she's bowling in some beautiful areas. Just noticed Sarah Farouk coming back on the field as well. Was just left the field for a couple of overs. Matali Pat Warden 12th today, replacing her.
Very happy for the ground staff at the Broward County Stadium, Julia, because in the last 2 days they've worked tirelessly. And look at this. My oh my. Isani Vaikela, excellent cricket shot. Full toss. She capitalized straight away. Really hit that one through point nicely.
Yeah, really bowling to Isani Vaikela's strengths here, like over pitching. I really think they need to be bringing back their length, even if it's back of a length. We know that she likes to drive on the up, therefore potentially can create opportunities that way as well with catching down the wicket or at cover there. Where they do have their short cover and Lisa Ramjet there ready and waiting. But again, that short pitch ball, we know that she's not as strong on it, and they haven't even tried it once yet. So I know it definitely was discussed in their team meeting yesterday because I was suggesting it. So, and when that may seem a little harsh, but at the same time, it's about challenging our players all the time. I spoke to Asani as well about it, and mentioned that she potentially is that the other team will be targeting her, and she was quite aware of that and how she's going to play that. Interesting tactics here, though, and she's managed to find the gap again, but Basker sort of forming a penalty-style wall, sort of backward of point, between cover point and backward point, which generally means she's probably going to continue to bowl that same length. And I'm not sure if that's the tactic of being able to contain someone like Vaikela.
I think Shabani Basker's got to go to one player in this situation, and that's Lisa Ramjet. Haven't seen her with the ball in hand as yet. She has that bowling style just paced completely off, and even though Isani Vaikela likes playing on the front foot, this is a short delivery, well worked into the onside, will just be one. Does the right thing there, Aras. But even though she's such a fluent driver of the ball, Isani Vaikela, she's still going to have to generate her own power behind it because of that lack of pace from Lisa Ramjet. That could be the key in this battle for the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, it's a good point. There's obviously plenty of options that you could do. Taking the pace off would definitely be one of them. Same time, we know how strong she is on that front foot, so whether that's playing into her strengths as well, but they definitely need to be continuing to challenge these batters, work on how they're going to get them out really nicely again. Stepped inside that. That's going to be 2 as Moksha Chowdhury does the chase down to fine leg.
And I think what complements her game so nicely is how late she plays deliveries, always under her eyes, and that's how you really know if a player is in tuned with what is happening. And remember, she was not out in game 2, so she's continuing, as you said before, where she left off.
Yeah, really nice. She just looks quite at ease out there. I like the way that she's played that ball then. It was a shorter pitch ball. We did have a big discussion about how she was going to start to play some of this short pitch bowling, and I like the way that she's looking at the moment is just making sure she's getting behind the ball and in a position then to make a better decision whether she tries to get inside it, whether she leaves it, or whether she pulls it. A wide one there from Holly Charles. You can see she's a little bit disappointed in herself for that one. It's probably her first bad ball today, though.
Yeah, not Onika Wallason either in terms of with the ball in hand. So probably the captain wanting to see a bit more of her options. Remember, haven't had a full 50 in this series thus far. And they have sort of the runs and the room to play with because of this scoring rate only being just over 3. But they'll want this wicket because concern will begin to creep in the longer Isani Vaikela stays. She's already got 21 in just 27 deliveries.
And they've still got Uzma Iftikhar to come in as well, and she actually played a really good innings in the regionals to really get the tail to kick on. Batting at number 7, I think she was at that day. Another splitting the gap again. Timed that to perfection. Is going to get chased down just in time. Beautiful work there. I think that's Bhumika Baharaji. Yep. And she gets that through, but great running there as well. 3 runs. Haven't seen too many 3s run in this tournament so far, so great work there. And another reason why you want to be getting that 17.1 in your yo-yo. And it looks like that's the end of the over. Yeah. Finishing at 7 for 90. Sorry, 90 for 7. And looks like we'll be taking a drinks break as well. So Eastern Conference well on top at the moment. West in the process of a little bit of a fight back.
Yeah, superb cricket all around in that over. Isani Vaikela, the standout after wickets went down early for the Western Conference. Her stay at the crease. It's been truly a revelation for the Western Conference in rebuilding their innings. And she's been well supported by Giovanna Arras so far in this partnership. So at drinks, the Western Conference looking to kickstart this innings into the further gear. It's 90 for 7. So ready to get back underway. Here at the Broward County Stadium. What a beautiful day it is for cricket. As you can see, the sun out. Really in its full form for the first time in this series. Bhumika Badaraju up against Isani Vaghela. The battle that we've been all looking for. Isani Vaghela, 24 not out. She's really commanded authority in this not thus far, and she'll be looking to kick on. This one in the air. Should just be a single though. There's protection at the mid-wicket boundary. Yeah, Sani Vaghela, definitely a contender for the Sistar Mortgage Player of the Match. We've had one at the end of every game. This one in the air and just out of the reach of Nadia Gruny. So Giovanna Arras, it's been a nervy innings, but she's done her job in terms of just trying to get Isani Vaghela on strike as much as possible. That's all that really Vaghela needed at this stage, the way she's been striking the ball. Just needing to have someone at the other end to bat with her, spend some time at the crease as they look to build this partnership. Another quick single taken. Remember, this is the Sistar Mortgage Women National Championships 2021. 3-match series. The best 28 female cricketers in the country. 20th over comes to an end. And definitely in a much better position, the Western Conference, 93 for 7. Thanks to our stellar analyst, Druv. He's provided me with some good partnership statistics. And clearly this one being the main standout, this 8th wicket partnership, now worth 33. It's been considerably more than any other partnership we've had for the Western Conference today. So it will be frustrating for the Eastern Central Conference and Shabani Bhaskar that they haven't been able to penetrate, get that wicket. But the opportunity will present itself. Just about being ready. Opens the face. Crafts this one. Pass point. Isani Vaghela. She really has the ability to strike boundaries. That was an elegant cricket shot. She gets her 3rd boundary. looking to play that cut shot. Just getting a bit too close to her on that occasion. Gitika Kodali, she won't be too happy because she's gone for some runs today. Not like her usual spells, but she always presents the opportunity for her team to get the wicket. Much better, but equal to the task is Vaikela. Coming across the stumps. They're running two here. Got to hurry. And great awareness being shown. She saw that they were throwing to the bowler's end, and she was very confident in her ability to get back for two. That really is tremendous cricket from Isani Vaikela. The current run rate increasing now, getting much closer to that 3.5 mark. The last 5 overs, 24 runs, no wickets. The boundaries have come rapidly. They've scored at almost 5 and over. Oh, there it is. Good use of the short ball from Isani Vaikela, but she ducks under that. Well, sorry, from Gitika Kodali. But Vaikela ducks under it. And maybe that could just be something that sort of kickstarts this battle for the Eastern Central Conference. At the end of 29, it's 99 for 7. These two would have came together with a score at 60 for 7. They've now put on a 39-run partnership in quick time. And it was just what the Western Conference needed, because they were in a real spot of bother at one stage. But the lower order really showing some resilience. The captain, Sindhu Sriharsha, will be very happy with that they've been able to put their hands up, obviously well led by Vaikela. But even Giovanni Arras, she's also shown fortitude to still be at the crease, battle through the tough periods, and try to get the single to get Vaikela on strike. You can see how much Vaikela wants to retain the strike. I think she really fancies this battle up against Bhumika Badaraju. That one missing off stump. So she's just going to have to be patient, Isani Vaikela. Giovanni Arras still growing in terms of confidence in her innings. And credit to the Eastern Conference, they've kept the field very tight to Arras, not giving her any room to play with. Appeal could have been a half a chance. Apparently not interested. No fielders on the boundary for Bhumika Badaraju, and it shows the sort of pressure that they want to put Arras under. So just getting a bit bogged down here. You would sense something beginning to happen. Another dot ball. And just before that delivery, Shabani Bhaskar pushed the mid-wicket in the circle to sort of a 3/4 way on the boundary. Nonetheless, a very good over from Bhumika Badaraju. She continues to impress. At the end of 30 overs, 20 remain. It's 99 for 7. So the first maiden over of the game from Bhumika Badaraju, a fine young spinner. And now we see a change in bowling. It's going to be Lisa Ramjit for the first time today. This was the batter I picked out for sort of being that weapon to Isani Valkela. Pace off the ball, Lisa Ramjit flights it very high. He's got that little run up. Sort of give her momentum when she approaches the crease. There again, flight. And you can see luring at Isani Valkela out of her crease. I can tell you, you just sense this game coming to a climax. Because Isani Valkela is someone that likes to keep the scoreboard ticking. And she doesn't have that pace to work with, to use from Lisa Ramjit. So she's got to generate her own. Interesting to see how this goes. There again, beating the outside edge on the back foot this time. Wide outside the off stump again, can't penetrate, and the misfield though. So she is finally able to get a run. I was kind of surprised to see Lisa Ramjit introduced into the attack so late. She's such a consistent bowler. Did very well in match number 2 yesterday. She keeps that economy rate generally under 3 runs per over. So now in these middle overs, Shabani Bhaskar going to her to try and prize this wicket. Again, tightly packed field. She's got 4 on the onside. That one just sat up. So in these last 2 overs, the first maiden over from Bhumika Badaraju. And now this one only going for 1 run. You can just sense some pressure building. The 100 also up for the Western Conference. And you should already say credit to this pair because at one stage, 100 looked like a mountain to climb. Well, that was a freebie down the leg side. Aras opting to leave it, get the wide, so another delivery to be bowled. Oh, this one now finally driven nicely from Aras. She gets one away. They'll come back for 2. It's a good cricket shot. Giovanni Aras, a lot more time to watch the ball. And she plays it nicely. Obviously, that softball background. Very new to the game. Only 6 months, as Coach Price would have mentioned. So a good start from Lisa Ramjit. Asking some questions. End of 31 overs. 103 for 7. So Badaraju, interesting to see how they juggle the remaining 2 overs. Well, she'll have 1 after this. But you can tell how much the captain wants the wicket. Driving again is like Hela. She'll be disappointed that she can't beat the infield. It's a privilege for me to sit next to one of the most experienced cricketers in the olden glory times. This one over the top, chance of a catch just out of the reach of mid-off. So Isani Valkela gets a life. That could be detrimental to the Eastern Central Conference. A man that's a very high cricketing stature, Mr. Jeffrey Crow, now a match referee for the ICC. Great to have you, Jeffrey. How are you enjoying Fort Lauderdale?
Oh, McKeel, it's good to be here. Central Broward Regional Park. I was one of the instigators, or part of it, when it originated. Well, it's 15 years ago, isn't it?
Well, it's a state-of-the-art facility, and I'm so happy that the sunshine has allowed it to really show through its full potential, Jeffrey, because we've obviously had so many international games. Probably my personal favorite is the 489-run blockbuster between the West Indies and India. That was back in 2016. So really credit to the work that you and all of the minds that would have gone into having things at the Broward County Stadium put in place so that we can enjoy great cricket. And overall, the USA women's cricket, I'm not sure how much you would have seen, but just judging on what you were seeing today, what have you made of it?
Well, it's a lovely facility. I mean, it looks to me as if the players out there, the women are enjoying their time out there playing. I mean, it's obviously a USA cricket competition, so it's internal in that regard. But they're looking as though they're enjoying it themselves. It looks robust cricket. I'm enjoying actually some of the skills that these women are showing. So good signs really for the game here in the USA.
Yeah, very interesting story yourself, Jeffrey, in terms of being a match referee. But before I even ask you about that, the women's game on a whole, are you happy to see the way that it's grown? You know, now we've seen formats like the 100 and a great platform for women cricketers. And I know in New Zealand as well, obviously where you would have played cricket for so long, they have also a dominant women's team. So are you happy with the overall growth of women's cricket in world cricket?
Yeah, I think it's been impressive to see how all the administrations have actually have really warmed and taken on board women's cricket and in a very positive way. So, and we're seeing the rewards of that. I mean, I can remember being involved in some activities and games recently, and how they've improved dramatically each year.
Yeah, well, just in the interim, Isani Vaikela, another boundary added to her tally, full toss on that occasion. Not where you want to be bowling if you're Moksha Chaudhary coming back into the attack for a second spell. And Isani Vaikela, she's becoming a serious threat to the Eastern Central Conference. And then, Jeffrey, back to in terms of a personal level, you being a match referee now after your historic playing career, obviously would have played so many games for New Zealand at all different levels. What really went into your love for match refereeing now?
I guess it was just evolution, McKeel. It's in the day, there was an opportunity there. After playing, I ended up managing the New Zealand side for 4 years, and that was when Stephen Fleming was the captain. So it was just then an opportunity that was presented to me.
This one edged past the keeper and should run into the boundary the second of the over. So some luck coming for Isani Vaikela, but boy, oh boy, is this becoming a problem for the Eastern Central Conference.
Was that a chance?
Yes, it was just out of the reach of the keeper. You were saying, though, Jeffrey, about your match refereeing.
Well, as I say, it was just an opportunity that was presented to me. I'd actually just arrived here in central southern Florida with my now wife. And
congratulations.
Yeah, well, that was a long time ago now, 18 years. But and I didn't quite know what I was going to do at that point. So I was talked to whether they would like to entertain the idea of being a match referee for the ICC, and I thought that was an excellent opportunity. I wasn't sure what I was going to do work-wise here in the US, having just arrived here, so it was good timing. And here I am, still 18 years later.
Well, Jeff, I think you can also try some commentary as well. So far, you've been superb on the airways, much like the batting of Isani Vaikela. I'm not sure how much of this innings you've seen, but she's only 15 years old, Jeffrey.
Oh, there you go. All right. Well, I was watching a 14-year-old last night create world records on the high dive, which in the Olympics, which was incredibly impressive. No, I've enjoyed some of the strokes these girls have been playing. These women, they're actually, there's some good cricket shots. Some of the bowling has been, online on target as well. There's not a lot of pace in the pitch, but there never is, really, is there? This time of year in Florida when you've got such a high amount of humidity and heat.
Yeah, that one certainly down the leg side.
That must have flicked the pad then if he's not giving a wide, eh?
Yeah, definitely would have touched the pad on the way through. But this partnership worth 52, and Isani Vaikela has contributed 41 of that. So she's really taken the dominant figure in this partnership. End of the 33rd over, 113 for 7. Bhumika Badaraju into her final over. Remember, 3 T20s also coming up in the next 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 4 T20s, correction. The Western Conference have really gone about nicely in terms of this partnership, worth almost half the runs. And from your time as a cricketer, Jeffrey, when you are batting with someone like Giovanna Arras for Isani Vaikela, who's well set, she's contributed 43 of the runs, but someone like Giovanna Arras just has 5. How do you sort of bat with someone that may not be as competent as you, such a great player, but still try? Giovanna Arras just has 5. How do you sort of bat with someone that may not be as competent as you, such a great player, but still try?
Dominate. I think the end of the day is you've really got to work out as you're a batting pair in the middle how you. What positional role you're going to play. I mean, someone should obviously be the lead stroke maker. The other one really helps to feed it. Until there's maybe a position when you both have only so many overs left, and then you're actually both in good form, and then you can actually accelerate the scoring.
Yeah, it's been truly fantastic to see the way these two have gone about proceedings. And sort of, Jeffrey, when you see some of the younger players, not just in this situation, but some of the younger cricketers that may come to you for guidance, what's some of the things that you share with them that you've learned, over time from your playing days into now being a match referee?
Well, I think you've really got to work out really your own game plan as an individual. I've always believed that, great cricket teams are made of 11 captains, for example. They're all self-captains. You've really got to work out how your role is going to fit in, a bit like what I was talking about with the partnerships out there. You've got to say to yourself, right, well, I'm actually going to be a bit of a wall here. I'm just going to feed the strike to the bat, my partner at the other end, and sort of know where your weaknesses are and your strengths. And obviously, if you do have weaknesses, then that's what you're trying to work on. You're trying to improve your all-round game all over the time. So I think that's one of the important things, is getting in your mind, getting the confidence to know how you can be and how you can become a better player.
Yeah, Girika Kodali, she's been chopped and changed by the captain, Shabani Bhaskar, throughout today. And with her needing this wicket, she goes back to her. But must give some credit to the young off-spinner, Bhumika Badaraju. 10 overs, 1 for 21. Really has been excellent today. Not only today, but also in the prior days. Bowling very economical, flighting deliveries, and enticing the batters to go over the top and creating chances like that. So
I'm sort of very interested, Michiel, in the tactical side of it as well, and seeing how captains go about their business. Obviously, setting fields to certain bowlers, and particularly in certain times for the innings. So there's being beaten outside the off stump there. So, you know, obviously you can see that that's where the bowler will be pursuing her line as outside from the left-handers off stump with more of the field out there, you know, 6-3 field. Makes sense, doesn't it? So, in the day, you've got to have a set plan and stick to it. And if that doesn't work, then obviously you have another one. But a major role to play in the way the game is progressed and in the innovation of what's required. I mean, we're seeing now in world cricket, male and female, women and men, that you know, those who are the aggressive captains. I mean, T20, who would have thought that fast bowling and spinners were the combinations of a bowling attack?
And of course, if you're now joining us, the legendary Jeff Crow. Great to have you in the commentary box, of course. Match refereeing over 300 one internationals, 100 test matches, and then, of course, in your playing days, 39 test matches, 75 one internationals. You've done it all. Jeff, really, it's a pleasure to sit next to you. And great that you could also be imparting some of your knowledge onto some of the younger generation. This one edged runs for Giovanna Arras. She'll feel very happy about that. She's put in the hard work. She's been very persistent at the crease, finally getting some reward. This partnership meandering along nicely.
Yeah, that'll be disappointing for the fielding team there, where they had all their strength on the offside to the left-hander, and that one just beating the inside of backward point there. And you can see now the field has changed, and now we have a third man that's gone down there just to protect the boundary. So, you know, reasonable, although that's a little bit like follow the ball. But I guess at the end of the day, you want to try and keep as many runs down in the over, so not a bad move from the skipper there.
This one in the air, not carrying though, to Girika Kodali. So really trying to prize this wicket. You look at the field that they've got in place, a packed offside field. They've put the field at third.
But it was a good move to come around the wicket. I think that's just changing the line, and that obviously puts the batsman in a little bit different perspective. To rethink now where might they be able to attack and play some shots.
Yeah, so Girika Kodali into her 6th over. It's been, a bit up and down for her in her spells. Just trying to find that rhythm that she's so good with. Much better delivery. Isani Vaghela, though, at the other end in terms of the batter, 48, 2 away from a 50. We'll have drinks. So at the drinks break, just a look at how things have gone thus far for both of these teams. The Western Conference winning the toss in this Sistar Mortgage National Championships 2021. In the third match of this series, they were in serious trouble at 60 for 7. In walked Isani Vaghela and Giovanna Arras, and they've been able to put on a stellar partnership. Now worth 64 runs, so done the bulk of the scoring. And in terms of the bowlers, well, Bhumika Badaraju, we spoke about her impact in her 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. So now it's just about finishing off the innings for the Eastern Central Conference. And ever faced any challenges with that in your playing days, Jeffrey, in terms of you had a team, in a great position, 60 for 7, but then you get those two resilient low-order batsmen, and how do you sort of deal with that?
Well, the key thing is obviously to keep the pressure on. I mean, you know that one more wicket and they're 8 down, and then you can see the closing of the innings, but you can also reset your sights. I mean, I think you said the average score was around 200 or so for the 50 overs, so they're still really in control of the match. And, it's a matter now of really getting your bowlers to bowl a good line and length and maintain some pressure. The batsmen still have got a big job to do. They've got to get some runs. So, it's about pressure when it comes to this at the end of the day, and how you as a bowler can get it as we saw in the last over, a little bit of variation changes the mindset of the batsman.
So Lisa Ramjit, after just her initial over, they want this wicket. Isani Vakela. It's really going along nicely. And Jeffrey, if you look at a USA cricket's perspective, obviously, you know, you've contributed so much to the game at the playing level, then the match refereeing level, and then being part of some of the committees that have restructured USA cricket. How has that gone for you in terms of using your experience to help USA cricket grow from stride to stride?
Well, I'm very excited to see USA cricket in the way they're at the moment, as far as it's, you know, the new administration and all the good things they're doing. I know a lot of the new personnel that have come in who are now involved, so that sends up a lot of confidence to everybody in the cricket community. So we wish them well, and my role is really a voluntary one, just to, you know, to see if I can impart some thoughts, you know, and obviously try and help, you know, the progress of the game. We all want to see cricket in this country, in the USA.
Not to interrupt you, Jeffrey, but 50 coming for the young Isani Vaikela. What an innings it's been. One of true maturity for such a young 15-year-old. You can tell how happy she is with that performance, and it really has been valuable for her team, the Western Conference. Being able to get 50 and just 58 deliveries. Hasn't taken up much deliveries either to get there, but now it's about continuing along with this innings. And dropped at extra cover. It was in the air. Almost faced her peril there, but she lives to fight another day.
Yeah, what great support too from her teammates. They came out and support there just to acknowledge the 50, which was always good to see that. Nice team environment. And she's got a very good strike rate at 51 or 59 balls. But again, you know, her batting partner at the other end is doing a great job, and obviously keeping the partnership going. So that's an important aspect.
Yeah, got a good temperament. Isani Vaikela brings good intensity. She's been able to sustain that, even though, you know, conditions are very good for batting. She's run hard between the wickets. The sun isn't cold by any means here in Fort Lauderdale, so it's been very impressive to see how she's gone about things. And then even Giovanna Arras, I think the partnership has really grown nicely because of Isani Vaikela at the other end, probably helping Arras along, new to the game, Giovanni Arras, but she's been able to, you can tell, looks way more comfortable at the crease. And Jeffrey, of course, this being the Sistar Mortgage Women's National Championships 2021, these are senior women. To have a 15-year-old score a half century, the first of the series, what do you think that says to the overall development of the cricket?
I think it's an incredibly positive aspect that you say that a 15-year-old is out here scoring runs, you know, in the women's competition. So, you know, what we can assume from that is that the you know, the nurseries where these young women come from and learn their game are obviously pretty good, and the coaching's obviously good in that regard, because it's not an easy game, cricket, to play, as you know, at this sort of level. So, you know, and it's all about what level you're playing at. So I think it's most impressive.
And you just mentioned coaching. Your Tasmanian neighbour, we've had on commentary all day. She's been brilliant. Julia Price. I know you know her very well, Jeffrey. You being from New Zealand, she's from Australia. How much do you think she sort of adds to the USA cricket, given her experience playing for Australia for a number of years, then coaching at the Big Bash? What do you think sort of that level brings to a setup like this?
Well, I think, you know, USA cricket needs a lot of, you know, experience from all over the cricket, you know, the global cricket world, and to have Julia here is incredibly beneficial. So, you know, I know with USA cricket, their administration, they're involving a lot of cricket people from around the globe and from different countries with different experiences. And that is important for the establishment of getting the game really, really growing here. And you know, I'm excited for the future for the game of cricket in the USA. So, more Julias around and more others from other countries have got the skills and experience just to help push this game up, and you have the skill level at a much higher level and keep increasing it every year to make the game actually more appealing, obviously, not only for playing but also too for people to watch.
Yeah, let's move away from just the cricket now, Jeffrey. You're living in Florida, the world's paradise. What have you found to do around some of the things you enjoy?
Well, it's interesting that I ended up, coming to Florida. It was sort of circumstantial with, family now. But at the end of the day is, I, as an ICC referee, was able to live anywhere in the world. I had a choice where I wanted to go and live my life. So you always fly to your destination. Now, that's changed under COVID policy these days, where really my next assignment, if I get appointed, would probably be back in New Zealand, because there aren't many people, unless you're in New Zealand, that can go back and do the work there. So it has changed its whole format now, and the idea that you can now just live anywhere is probably not as it was anyway. But I got to say that Florida's been a nice home for us, and at the moment I'm still very content living in this part of the world, although it's getting hotter and hotter every year.
Good short delivery on show there by Girika Kodali. Jeffrey, let me ask you about your countryman, Corey Anderson. He's in the United States. He's been playing some minor league cricket. I'm sure over his career for New Zealand, you would have seen a lot of him. How great do you think it is that he's now decided to come to the United States and continue his playing career and to sort of develop some of the younger talent in the USA, growing off of his experiences?
Yeah, I did see his name, and I didn't realise that actually he'd come to the US to live. But when I inquired actually in New Zealand when I was there last summer, they did say that I think he's married an American lady, and they now settle in the US. So that's great. He's a terrific player, and he's a white ball cricketer of high talents. I remember watching him in Queenstown, I think it was, in a one-day international, going ballistic there. So and look, there are others from other countries that have now come to live in the US for their own particular reasons, and that's all but good. And then the end of the day is we're only going to attract more cricketers to come and live in the US, and those who have been playing international cricket as well. If the game is really promoted properly and it has a great structure, and I do have a lot of belief and confidence that that's all going to come together nicely in the US.
Goes to extra cover. Powerful stroke from Vaikela. Will it get to the boundary? It doesn't. So it'll just be two. But she's really finding the middle of the bat with regularity now in her innings, as you expect, being there for 63 deliveries. And she spent almost an hour and a half at the crease. So it's not been easy in these conditions, as you mentioned, the heat, but to see the temperament she's shown, the degree of fight as well for her team, the Western Conference, at 60 for 7, now being able, along with Giovanni Arras, to put on this partnership worth 73 runs, really means well for the Western Conference. And now they're in a good position. You've still got 13 overs left. You've got the likes of Uzma Iftikhar to come. She can hit the ball over the top. So if you can build this platform, maybe you say for another 8 overs, sort of set up that bat 5, well, they could be looking at that 200 score, which could be very competitive with the bowling that the Western Conference have. Makes for a very interesting game of cricket here on our hands. Ramjit to continue. Oh, this one, excellent from Giovanni Arras. This is how you know she's way more comfortable at the crease. She wasn't getting that front foot to the pitch of the ball. And on that occasion, well, almost like she was in a car, driving that excellently to the boundary. Great shot.
It was a super shot, wasn't it? It was a little wide and there was plenty of air, but executed beautifully. Foot to the ball, stroked it through the covers and all the way to the fence. McNeil, you've been watching a few of these matches, obviously, and doing a great commentary. And Where have you found the strengths and weaknesses in these women's teams? Have you seen more dominance in bowling, or does batting take over?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think definitely the bowling aspect of things, you find a lot of these players are very versatile and are able. This one, driven again. She's favouring that shot on the front foot, Giovanna Arras, and it gets to the boundary, second in the over. So the Eastern Conference under the pump here. Lisa Ramjit, just too full on both occasions. And Giovanna Arras, just 6 months into the game of cricket. Well, if you can play those shots after just 6 months, well, I'm afraid of what's she will look like after 2 years. May have Virat Kohli or Deandra Dottin, one of my personal favorites in the women's game. Looks to be a quality player. But getting back to your question, Jeffrey, in terms of sort of some of the strengths and weaknesses, definitely I would say in the bowling aspect of things, it's good to see the versatility on display. A lot of these players can, even some of the top order batsmen, can contribute with the ball in hand. You mentioned Isani Vaikela at the non-strikers end. She's actually opened the bowling for the Western Conference in the last game. I would say definitely establishing those partnerships and communication, as Julia Price would have mentioned. Giovanni Arras goes over the top through mid-wicket. Should just be 2, though. There's protection in the deep. So, yes, definitely sort of building partnerships and that communication in the middle, because these female cricketers don't get a lot of time spent together, being from different parts of the country. That will be a major area that I think they can work on. But once they can get that right, I think there's no doubt there's any shortage of talent in USA women's cricket, because you have young players like Isani Vaikela, who are just 15 years old, able to compete at the national women's level. And we will see more talent on display. A little indecision. Got to hurry. Gets home in the end. Next week for the Under-19 National Championships, which also will provide a lot more talent and display. So, Jeffrey, I would say USA women's cricket, especially now with the partnership with Sistar Mortgage and the whole development of the domestic pathway, in a very good place.
Yeah, I guess my question to you was whether it's more difficult to be a bowler in women's cricket or batting. I'm sensing the batsman, might find, how would you describe, the difference between the two?
Yeah, I definitely think, if you sort of look at USA women's cricket holistically, you would definitely say the bowlers probably are more advanced than some of the batters. That being said, they do have some names. I'll just call a few. The likes of Sindhu Sriharsha, the captain of the Western Conference, who has been very experienced and has played for a number of years for the USA women's team. So if they can have more players like her sort of develop through the years, play high-level international tournaments at an elite level, well, I definitely think, you can definitely see that balance between batting and bowling.
Well, who would be the stronger team then in these four conference teams? Would it be the best bowling team or batting side?
Well, you tend to say if you go based on what's happened here, the team that's batted the best. We haven't had much cricket because remember the first game was rained out. The second was reduced to a 20-over encounter in terms of the second innings. But definitely the team that stood up with the bat in hand has been the one that's generally gone on to win. And that could also be because of conditions. You look at the surface here at the Broward County Stadium. It's a very good surface for batting. Ball comes onto the bat very nicely. If you can get in, as Isani Vaikela is showing, you do get value for your shots. So it'll be interesting to see. I think if these two at the crease can continue and they do get past that 200 mark, well, the Western Conference with their bowling will be very tough to beat at this venue. You're doing my job very well, Jeffrey, in terms of putting me on the spot. No, it's not the easiest feeling to be in the hot seat, but I think I managed pretty well.
Oh yeah, you managed very well. Now I was interested in you're talking about next week about the under-19s as well. I'm certainly looking forward to coming down and watching some of those matches and seeing the talent on display there. Under-19 cricket is such a vital part of the development for any country really in the world. I mean, I know in New Zealand it's always been a major part of the equation in building up youth and your nursery grounds that go on to then become, international players. And look where New Zealand cricket is now in the world. They made some important decisions 10 to 15 years ago, which have now come to fruition where, now New Zealand are ranked very highly both in white ball cricket and Test cricket. So it's important to see the under-19s next week. Obviously, that's the future for USA cricket down the line. And I think, USA Cricket's made a conscious effort to put a lot of investment and effort into the under-19 environment. Not only just that, obviously the men's team, the women's team and all that, but the under-19 is a very important part of the program.
The great Jeffrey Crow, of course, former New Zealand batsman for a number of years. And Jeffrey, you mentioned the future and sort of building cricket. What about the great news of the expansion of the ICC global events? Obviously, you being heavily included in terms of working for the ICC. It must make you happy that the Men's World Cup has now been extended to 14 teams, the T20 World Cup to 20 teams, and then on the women's side of the game, the World Cup to 10 and the T20 World Cup to 12. So that also provides another additional opportunity for countries like the US to get into those major tournaments. And obviously in those tournaments, it puts you on a bigger platform to expose your players and people to your players.
Very valid points there. I mean, the expansion of the game is definitely in the ICC's best interest, and they've made that clear over the last 2 decades. So as the game goes globally, but it's also to improving the standards of play in both women's and men's cricket in each country. So, and it's got to start from the grade levels, from the youth, and then up through the grades. So there's always a good reward at the end of the day if there's good effort put in, and that, it just doesn't come from coaching only, it comes from actually administration as well and having the right programs. So it's great to see, these matches being played here, and I know that USA Cricket's been conscious through COVID of trying to do as much as they possibly can, which it's been challenging.
Down to third, should just be one. Yeah, and if you look at the women's events in terms of the calendar for the ICC, in 2024 you've got that T20 World Cup, and then in 2025 you have the World Cup, 2026 T20 again, then in 2027 you have the Champions Trophy. So major tournaments happening every year, which will be great for the development of the game, because yes, it's all well and good to see the likes of the New Zealands and the Indias and the Australias, the Englands, the West Indies dominate cricket in terms of on the women's side of things, but you want to see countries like the United States, who are a developing nation in terms of their women's game, get on the platform and give those big teams a challenge, because as we've seen at the World Cup so many years in terms of the men's, teams like Ireland beating England at home, it's just been great to see you do get those upsets, and overall it just helps with the growth of the game. Just to update you on the score, at the end of 39 overs, 11 remain in this encounter, 149 for 7. So a change in end for Moksha Chowdhury. She bowled her first 5 overs from the commentator's end. Now change in end. Tried to see if it's a change in fortune as well. Much straighter on that occasion. And Giovanna Arras, we haven't spent much time speaking about her, but she's also been excellent, just supporting Isani Vaikela at the other end. Really grown in confidence. Her first 20 deliveries, she struggled, but to see her driving the likes of Lisa Ramjit, this one gets the inside edge. Should just be 1. Yeah, she played 2 exquisite drives in that Lisa Ramjit over, which really sort of propelled her innings now into a stage where she can rotate the strike, get Isani Vaikela back facing majority of deliveries, and that would be exactly what the Western Conference would want.
It was interesting to hear you talk about, the future and what, world championships and events and tournaments are available coming up, which, as you say, there are many each year. I can recall the USA men's team in 2003 playing the Champions Trophy. They played against New Zealand and Australia, if I recall that's correctly. So is it 2003 or 4? Around that time anyway.
I believe it was 4.
Yeah, okay. So, they were on the world stage against the top teams, playing at the Oval. And then we never saw them again for a while. And we saw Canada again for, up there as well, playing some good matches and high-level cricket games and events, 15 years ago, and then all of a sudden we didn't. So it's never easy for countries and home boards to keep the standards going, and that's where I guess administration is critical. You might recall back in the 80s, but you weren't even around in those days, my friend, but how dominant the West Indian cricketers were in those days, and yet we saw them, slip away at some point over, the early 2000s. They're still a good cricket team, but they weren't as dominant as they were, and so, things have to sort of, they have to maintain themselves somehow, where administrationally you and the nurseries of players have got to keep the standards, so you don't have these slippages where these troughs and and hills where you're up the top and then you're down the bottom again, and trying to rebuild. So it's a challenging game, not only playing wise, but it's a challenging game to administer and obviously manage.
Yeah, spot on. And if I could hit that one straight to the point. A real privilege for me, Ashok Chaudhary, just through from it, getting down into the business end of this innings.
Yeah, well, the batting team now will be thinking, what score can we post here? We've got a very good partnership going, and 2 set players now, 1 over 50. 200 certainly on, another 10 overs, maybe even more. So you can sort of see a bit of a change in tactics now from the bowling side. They're going to keep moving their bowlers around depending on who's left, what overs are remaining in each column.
Yeah, and obviously Girika Kodali, her 8 overs are completed, so a change of ends for Sarah Farouk. The opening spell just went for 12 runs, got a wicket as well. She comes back into the attack. They really need a wicket here to break this partnership. Wow, strikes that powerfully, but there's a cover fielder. So Sarah Farouk, you see that? Just the 12 runs conceded, so you expect her to bowl a lot of overs in these final 10. She's still got 6 overs of her quarter remaining. What has sort of been the main takeaway watching this system?
Well, I watching here for the last, 20 hours, anything at all, it's actually got some decent, that's a real strength, to see that. It's good mindset, good skills.
Goes big and over the top. Sani Vaghela doesn't even get to the boundary. So clearly on that side, sort of the long on, long off boundaries, outfield just being a bit thicker. But she did get good connection on it and hit it over mid-on. More runs for Vaghela. You were saying, Jeff?
Yeah, and that's another one, that shot there. You see, that showed a confidence. The fielder was up, not on the fence, so she had to clear the inner circle and did that. Obviously, didn't go for 4, but as you say, once the ball gets in the air, it can stop a little quickly on the thatched outfield. So, but that was really positive to see that shot, and she was prepared to take it on.
Yeah, anything full in her area, she does go after. She has been a bit fortunate today, being dropped a couple of times, but she's made use of that opportunity. And now they're in a really good position, the Western Conference. Imagine 60 for 7 turning into 155 for 7. Foot may have come off the gas a bit for the Eastern Central Conference.
Yeah, there's no doubt the batting side see themselves now just upping the ante a little bit with some good strokes, and then a better run rate and edge towards that 200 score, which that must give them a lot of confidence in to go in and defend.
98-run partnership. And our analyst Drove tells us that Isani Vakela's run 11 doubles. So she really runs hard between the wickets. Also got a 3 as well. So clearly fitness is one of her strong suits because she's been out there now for quite some time, close to 2 hours at the crease. Still runs with that intensity between the wickets. And credit to Giovanna Arras as well. She's been able to keep up, run the singles hard, and now do this. Just get Isani Vakela on strike. Really been cruising this pair in the middle.
Yeah, I'm just watching the umpire ask the bowler to get off the danger zone, danger area. Being a referee, obviously, that's who I work closely with. So I'm always interested in watching and seeing how the umpires go about their business, and they look to be in good control out there. Widening the right ones, and obviously keeping bowlers, off the danger zones, etc.
Well, she went really hard at this one, straight to the fielder. Just be one. Good, quick running. And interesting you mentioned the umpiring, Jeffrey. How have you made the overall standard of umpiring in the United States? I don't know how much cricket you've seen, but the small pieces that you have, and not only that, but how do you expect it to grow as the future continues with USA cricket also growing?
Well, within the administration of USA Cricket, there is obviously match officials, and that's vital because I wouldn't say the game is only as good as the officiating, but it's a major part of it. It's a very important role to play in the game itself. Being involved in the elite panel of the ICC has been an absolute privilege over the last, many years, and I'm staggered at how good these umpires really are in making these split-second decisions and then being, confirmed by replays, etc., if it's on television, etc. So, they're a major role to play in the middle because they manage the game. They keep players within the rules of the game and obviously the behavioural codes, etc., etc. So, they don't get a lot of, reward for what they do a lot of times, but they're an integral part in how cricket is played and, obviously the way the game is. And I can't, impress upon it more than, the game itself, how it should be played. It's a game really, it's said as a gentleman's game, but it's got more than that now. It's very competitive, and you're allowed to have that competitive edge, but it's also got to have the right personality about it within the rules and the behavioural codes.
Yeah, and whilst you were making that point, Jeffrey, the 100 partnership came up for this pair. Isani Vakela, she's been the mainstay in terms of contributing 60 of that 101 runs, but don't discredit the role of Giovanna Arras because she still needed someone to stay there. Great shot selection, going over cover, really fluent on the front foot. And I think it's a monumental moment in women's cricket in terms of this series, Jeffrey. The fact that you've been able to get a 100-run partnership, and it's the 8th wicket pair that's been able to do it. So really credit to them and credit to the Western Conference for fighting. Even though they were at 60 for 7, they believed that they always had a chance to get to a competitive score. And really now in the driver's seat in this one, that run rate getting close to 4 runs per over now. No,
it's impressive. Anytime a century stand is put on the board, it's impressive, whatever cricket it is. And I'm thrilled to see it in this match here because it just shows you what the mindset of the players. I think the bowling side has been okay too. It hasn't been, obviously a few catches might have been taken, but the end of the day is they haven't really bowled absolutely poorly. The end of the day is that these two batsmen have really dominated the proceedings. So you've got to give credit to them, and the game is still in the balance.
Yeah, much to play for still between these two teams, because even if the Western Conference get up to that 200 mark or in and around there, I still think the Eastern Conference will fancy their chances of getting that score. They've got batting prowess themselves, the likes of Shabani Bhaskar, the captain. We saw her get 35 in match number 2. And then they've got some power hitters as well, the likes of Holly Charles, Onika Wallison, Nadia Gruny, very experienced. So no way would they say that this one is over by any means. Very close. Narrowly misses there. A bit about the Broward County Stadium, Jeffrey. How have you personally seen its development over the years?
Well, right from the word go, it's an LBW appeal there, but heading leg side. Umpire not interested. You know, it hasn't changed really much since really it was put together. You know, I'm sure it was about 2008 was the time, if I recall. I know the LED lights are in here now. That was in a development that was put in a couple of years ago. But it's a good facility, you know, and obviously we can see it change from not only it's another appeal for court behind, and the umpire has put his finger up.
Well, what a late decision that is. Anika Kumar putting some pressure on the umpire there, and in the end, umpire Udin sending Vaikela caught behind. That's a massive wicket. It's Sani Vaikela. It's got to go. 62 from 75 deliveries. And looking at the period of the game, it was in the final 8 overs. She would have been really looking to kick on. But what a knock it's been. She deserves immense credit for that. Recovering her team from 60 for 7 to now 163 for 7. She's gone for 62.
And she should hold her bat up. It was an excellent innings from that young lady. Well done. A bit of indecision from the umpire initially, but obviously the bowler impressed upon the umpire, and decision went in her favour, the bowling.
Yeah, you can sort of see how happy her teammates are for her. Sani Vaikela right below us. Really was an innings of pure quality. Never looked fazed by the situation. Wickets going down around her. She batted at 4 yesterday, and to be able to come in at 7 today, and still nothing changed, carry out the same job, really shows how good of a player she really is. Nonetheless, we've got a game on our hands. The big wicket that the Eastern Conference would have wanted, they've gotten. How do they go from here? With the Western being 163 for 8, you would think the Eastern, if you told them they will restrict the Western after losing the toss to under 200 runs, they would take that. So still got a big chance in this game.
Yeah, now we have an interesting situation with this new partnership, new batsman in, and what her role will be in supporting her partner at the other end, and you know, obviously getting her iron and just getting a few balls on the bat, and well, she's just gone for a lofted off drive. So there you go. It's all go.
Well, that's actually Giovanna Arras, who spent some time at the crease, and she probably now with the wicket of Sani Vaikela will have to be the one that sort of takes that leader role in the middle. Uzma Iftikhar, who's come to the crease at the non-strikers end currently, and she's the type of player, you know, very aggressive. So probably the perfect time with these 8 overs remaining for her to come in and sort of make an impact with the bat in hand. Yeah, Uzma Iftikhar will have her work cut out for her in these final 8. How do you sort of approach these last remaining 8 overs? Because remember, Jeffrey, you've only got 2 wickets in hand.
Well, that's true, and that's why I was interested in that shot in the first ball of this new over, where you know, the informed batsman out there, she took on a semi-risky shot with the new batsman. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't really want new batsmen in, so getting out now is not a good idea at all. And that's why I say with partnerships, you've also got to bat for your person at the other end. Allow her in this opportunity just to get a few balls under her belt and maybe a run or two. You sort of have to assist the other one in getting going rather than taking a high-risk shot and getting out and having 2-0 batsmen at one time.
Well, coming across her stumps, Giovanna Arras really is growing in confidence throughout her innings. Doesn't quite get to the boundary, but coming back for three, the second three of the innings, that's always a good sign. Really excellent from these two. Giovanna Arras now carrying along her merry way. And from the bowling team's perspective, Jeffrey, where do you go?
Well, I think you just bowl at the stumps, especially to a new batsman down the order. You know, she misses, then it hits the stumps or it's an LBW. So you've really got to bowl as straight as you possibly can to the new player right now into the situation.
Yeah, beats the outside edge of Uzma Iftikhar. It'll be interesting to see how she goes as well. You mentioned that only 2 wickets in hand, 7 overs remaining after this delivery. But she likes to play that aggressive type of innings. She want to play a cameo at this stage. Goes for the big shot, unable to get it past the bowler. So end of the over. At the end of 43 overs, it's 168 for 8. So in terms of how things have gone for the Western Conference, they lost wickets in a hurry early on. Mahika Kandanala was the first to go. However, since then, thanks to Isani Vaikela and Giovanna Arras, the two put on a 103-run partnership to get the team back on track.
Yeah, we've just seen Arras. She's just changed her thought pattern out there now from being a supporting role and just building her innings. Now she's the dominant partner and she's out there striking the ball. So it's got the right mix about it now. As long as she's got some support at the other end, more runs.
This is a good shout. Umpire says no, so they're really attacking, as you mentioned, the right tactic to the new is Uzma Iftikhar. Anika Kumar back into the attack. She's already got 2 wickets to her name. She does tend to get some movement off the seam traditionally, so could it present a challenge? Gets this one into the gap, so she finally gets off strike, and probably the sensible thing to do in this situation with Giovanna Arras being there for 61 deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good run taken there by the batting side there. Although, you know, you got to think that the fielding team with that new batsman there, all she'd be trying to do is get a single and get the form player down that end. You've got to be on your toes, really, especially around that sort of behind square area where a single's easily taken then. So a bit more pressure from the fielding side, I think, in these environments, in this moment.
Full toss, can't get it past point. Chance of a run out of the bowler's end. Direct hit could have been interesting. They live to see another day. Giovanna Arras, what a knock it's been from her. Being, you know, very new to the game. But the maturity she's shown, being able to grow and stride in her innings, I'm sure Asani Vaikela would have helped in that, but nonetheless, now she's been able to be the aggressor. Uzma Iftikhar getting this one into the gap. It was a full toss. Annika Kumar, she struggled with her consistency a bit, but when she does get it on song at the stumps, it can be very challenging. Jeffrey, just for some of our viewers, in terms of at your time, you know, when you were playing, who were some of the toughest bowlers you would have faced?
Well,
there's
plenty of those guys that were very difficult to face. Look, you can start with the West Indian wide given there, well wide of off stump. You can start with the West Indian grouping of Holding, Garner, Marshall.
That sounds so fun.
Well, I did bat for 90 minutes in a test in Barbados without scoring a run. And actually, there was only one fielder, apart from the bowler, in front of square leg. So there you go. Probably poor batting if you look at it really, but at the end of the day, they were very dominant, and you know it was challenging. So 90 minutes is a long time to hang around for no runs.
But I can also tell you, based off experience, Kensington Oval is a tough place to bat when you're facing the likes of those quality seamers. So I could understand the struggle, Jeffrey. I don't think I would have lasted 30 seconds.
Well, it depends how accurate the bowler was with his delivery at that pace. But yeah, back in the 80s, I think the pitch then was certainly a lot faster than what it is these days. It's a little slower and lower. And I would love to see those pitches in the West Indies get a bit quicker and bouncier again. I remember that Sabina Park pitch too. They used to twirl the roller on it to try and tie it together, which gave it some really lively pace for the first couple of days. And I was reflecting back before about what New Zealand cricket did, 10, 15 years ago, and making some administrative decisions and trying to improve the game in New Zealand. And one of them was getting their cricket grounds up to speed and getting not only their outfields in beautiful shape, but also their pitches changed dramatically from being low, slow pitches to now green, bouncy, and certainly in cases bowler-friendly pitches. So West Indies, maybe if they could get back to some more pacier pitches, might be more dominant in Test cricket.
Yeah, it's a very good point you make. And actually, the resurgence of New Zealand cricket is very interesting. Winning the World Test Championship, obviously being runners-up at the World Cup. What do you put that down to? And I'm sure it must make you very happy to see your country that you would have played for so long ago and have such a rich history with, be able to dominate cricket again.
Well, I don't think we've dominated world cricket until sort of now. We were a good team in New Zealand. Back in the 80s and those times, we didn't lose many home series at all. In fact, for a long period through the 80s and actually 2000s as well. So you can actually play well, obviously, in your own conditions. But what New Zealand has done is they've been able to change their, playing conditions, their grounds, their pitches, that allows them to be so much more adaptable when they're on the world stage and travelling around the world. So they can actually not only dominate at home and compete well at home, but they can compete on overseas tours at different venues on different conditions. And I think that's been an important facet now. So New Zealand really, they don't have too many weaknesses. They have a lot of fast bowlers that are very good. They've got batsmen who can play in any conditions. Their only poor performance recently in the Test arena has been in Australia on typical fast Australian conditions, which was a disappointing tour. But New Zealand has become really a global player on all conditions and in every country.
Monica Wallison into the attack, trying to get this crucial wicket, to sort of wrap things up for the Eastern Central Conference. She does get that lateral movement, Monica Wallison, so she can be very dangerous. Yeah, New Zealand, an excellent place to watch cricket, Jeffrey, as a neutral, because I'll tell you, when my West Indies go there, well, it's not very enjoyable, but nonetheless, really love to see those luscious green surfaces, Fast bowlers always in play. This one, pass point. This is what Uzma Iftikhar could do so well. She just goes into that second and third gear. She's seen it. Been at the crease now for a bit of time. And not a great delivery with on offer. Just slapped it past point.
What an excellent shot for number 10. I mean, that was a great shot, really outside off stump, but she got on top of it and just timed it backward of point beautifully. So obviously they battle the way down the order.
Yeah, very versatile team. We mentioned the depth. Someone like Isani Vaikela, who came in at 7 today. She batted at number 4 in match number 2. Oh, how about that? Look at that innovation from Uzma Iftikhar, stepping to the leg side, trying to throw off Onika Wallison. This is the battles you like to see. Even a smile coming from Onika Wallison. Iftikhar is one of the more experienced members of this national setup, so she would have seen a lot of these things and know how to play in this situation. And although they're 8 wickets down, only 5 overs remain after this, so they want to get some runs on the board past that 200 mark if possible. Much better delivery, challenging her. Onika Wallison, 9 bowlers used by the Eastern Central Conference. End of the over at the end of 45. The Women's Western Conference. 182 for 8. And you can just tell, Jeffrey, in terms of, well, I was going to say that, but clearly it was incorrect because my stats here tell me in the last 5 overs that yes, they have lost the wicket, but they've been able to score at 6 runs per over. So you do see that increase in the scoring rate.
Yeah, it's a good number to have per over coming up on the board, and really it comes down to having one player in there who's, you know, at the crease, you know, who's actually dominating one of the ends, and that's the important part of that. It's continued on from that 100 stand now to the number 10 coming in and playing her role very well. So you can sense that the batting side have got some confidence. Yeah, it's pretty hot out there, so the bowling and fielding side are obviously starting to feel a bit of the warmth, and you know, maybe the accuracy is not quite what it was at the start, obviously.
Yeah, I think these two are really going to be crucial in these remaining 5 overs. The longer that Uzma Iftikhar stays at the crease, we already saw the capabilities to hit boundaries. Well, Giovanna Arras as well has already got 3 to her name. And she's scoring above a run a ball in the last 5 overs. So since the wicket of Isani Vaikela, she's taken on that role of being the main aggressor in the partnership. That's what you want to see. Can Anika Kumar get a wicket? She hasn't been very expensive, but she's been slightly inconsistent. Can't beat the infield on that occasion. Giovanna Arras.
Yeah, maybe what we're seeing here too, McNeil, is the fact that, you know, after 40-odd overs and whatever, and having a good start to this bowling innings, they just haven't been able to maintain the pressure really and the accuracy.
Yeah, bowling around the wicket. Can't get this one past. What do you think is sort of the reasoning behind Anika Kumar coming around the wicket to Giovanna Arras?
Well, she's obviously trying to keep the ball on one side of the pitch, really, so that it gives her only sort of one option, which is to hit through the offside, unless she hits across the line, and then there's the chance of obviously being going through the gate bowling or going an inside edge on the stumps or something similar to that. So, you know, it just keeps the batsman thinking, but I think that's a reasonable tactic to the left-hander.
And it'll be interesting to see how the spin, some decision there, but direct hit in by a mile there, Giovanna Arras. It'll be interesting to see how the spinners on the Western Conference team feature in the second innings. It is a surface which tends to spin a lot more as the game progresses, gets a lot drier. So Uzma Iftikhar, one in the middle, the off spinner, and then The other off spinner, Akshata Rao, she hasn't come out to bat as yet. But both of them you expect will be pivotal to the Western Conference. They're 20 overs because they've got the seam options, but clearly you look at someone like a Bhumika Badiraju who bowled 10 overs for just 21 runs and a wicket. She could be the difference in terms of just giving away over 2 runs and over. Dot ball there. At this stage, 184 for 8 and 2 overs remaining in the 46th over. What do you think is a good score that they'll be looking at in the middle?
Oh, I think if they can maintain that 6 and over, they're doing well. You know, obviously, you know, around the 200 mark is what you suggest is going to be competitive, so that's fine.
I think also for the psychological battle it presents as well, that 200, it will be very important that they could get there and go into the innings with some momentum because they were in a position of 60 for 7, and that will be in the back of the minds of the Eastern Conference players. We'll get back to that after the over. At the end of 46, it's now 184 for 8. Uzmeftikar going down the ground there. Just be 1. So a crucial stage of play here. Just around 3 overs remaining after this. Score on 185. That current run rate has grown in stature as the innings has progressed. Now over 4 runs per over. That one keeping low. Good change of pace from Onika Wallison. Trying to play that one across the line and bowled actually. Giovanna Arras, she sort of tricked us. Didn't see that bail come off. Looking to play into the onside. What a knock it is from her though. It was an excellent innings of 38. Really was instrumental in that partnership with Isani Vaghela, but she's got to go. So the change of bowling working for the Eastern Central Conference, bringing on Onika Wallison and Giovanna Arras. Well, 6 months into the game, I'm very impressed with that. Her innings of 38 comes to an end. It's 185 for 9. You can see sort of the congratulations she's getting. Was excellent in that partnership with Isani Vaghela. Really batted with maturity as her innings progressed. She took some time to get in, but once she did, she grew in comfort. You remember those 2 brilliant drives she would have played. She'll be very happy with that in terms of her personal development in her career as well. In walks Akshata Rao, the final batsman for the Western Conference. They need to get to that 200 mark. Can she just get Uzma Iftikhar on strike? She's capable, Akshata Rao. So, Onika Wallison looking for this final wicket of the Western Conference. Brought into the attack very late, Onika Wallison. Just into her second over, already got the wicket. She bowled a superb delivery using the lateral movement that she's able to generate in that second match of this series to take the wicket of Chetna Prasad. And she likes to operate at that fuller length Majority of her deliveries tend to pitch in that full region, so always brings the wicket into play. Can she get this wicket, the final one, to wrap things up? They'll want that psychological advantage of having the 200 on the board. Of course, it is good for batting. Oh, delicately places this one. That's brilliant from Akshata Rao. She should get two. And coming back pretty easily. Usma Iftikhar was hesitant, not sure why. They need as many as they can get. And also, it gets Usma Iftikhar on strike. So, sensible batting from these two. Three overs remain. Score now 187 for 9. In the air, this one. Field under it. And takes it. So the innings comes to a close. Sort of a collapse towards the end. They don't get to that 200. They'll be disappointed. The Western Conference, the way they were going with that partnership of Isani Vaikela and Shivana Aras. Nonetheless, recovering from 60 for 7 to 187 for 9. They'll be really pleased. The captain, Sindhu Sriharsha, the resilience shown by the lower order on this occasion really was something to see. So innings comes to a close. Have a look at how things went for the Western Conference. They lost wickets early. The Eastern Conference were well on top of things, but in walked 15-year-old Isani Vaikela along with Jivana Aras, and the two of them together built a 103-run partnership, which really put this team in good stead. Now they've got a competitive score on the board, 187. Look at the bowlers and how they fared. Well, wickets all for Chowdhury Farooq, Holly Charles, and Kodali. Bhumika Badaraju was outstanding once again in her 10 overs. The one wicket, but very economical. The pick of the bowlers, though. Anika Kumar getting the final wicket. And the crucial one of Isani Vaikela as well. 3 for 17. So when we return, don't go anywhere, folks. You do not want to miss this run chase from the Eastern Central Conference. The Western Conference posting 187. They'll need 188 for victory. The Sistar Mortgage Women's Championships 2021. Just about ready for the restart. It's going to be Uzma Iftikhar with ball in hand from the commentator end. Opening batsman, Nadia Gruny. Gudateki. Sorry, Gitika Kodali. So 188 for victory. Should be easy going. Here we go. Good start by Iftikhar. I like the aggressive move by Sindhu Sriharsha to go to her spin early. So, Nadia Gruny, very experienced opening batsman from Trinidad and Tobago. She'll have her work cut out for her. They need the platform. So, striking that boundary, the previous delivery, getting her team underway in style. And her opening partner, Ani Bhaskar, will be there. She'll have her hopes set on Stova. Seven without loss after one. And from the other end, looks like Suhani Thadani. We saw the very crucial wicket that they will need. They want to break this partnership early. They've got runs on the board. Want to make early inroads. So it'll be very interesting to see the strategy that the Western Conference, having run 62 correction, well supported by Giovanna Aras, who got 38. That partnership was worth 103. That set them up nicely. They did lose their way to the end. They would have wanted at least 200. Umpires coming together here. So clearly some issue with the ball there, but seemed to be rectified. The captain, Sindhu Shiharsha, they need to take care of the ball in these early stages so they can get that, extract that lateral movement where possible. White signal by the umpire. Big swing and a miss there outside that off stump. She tends to operate in that fourth stump line. Tadani does bowl a pretty healthy opening spell in the sense that she can accumulate 6 or 7 overs on the trot. Impressive in terms of her fitness. See that left arm tend to fall away, but as she will work, she'll continue and want to try and get that left arm up. It'll help with her accuracy. Just been told actually this is Snigdha Paul. So just made a change. Snigdha Paul also very capable of opening the bowling as well. So interesting to see when we will see Suhani Tadani. I'm sure as this innings progresses. Keep it up to the stumps. Interesting to see. And the captain, Sindhu Shiharsha, who was so efficient with the gloves in hand, she's decided to take the field today. So that rounds out the second over. And at the end of 2 overs, in pursuit of that 188 set for victory, the Eastern Conference 9 without loss. A good start by them. Uzma Iftikhar strikes. And look at what it means to the Western Conference. They know the importance of that wicket. My oh my, how important could that be to the complexion of this game? A massive wicket for Uzma Iftikhar, wide of the crease, the off spinner. That one kept low. And Girika Kodali, she's got to go just for one. She'll be disappointed with that. But a good piece of skill, luring her outside that off stump. She likes width. Start for both of these teams. It was a good first over. 7 came from it. Need to take risks either. The required rate just 3.73. So they need to be measured in their approach. The roll with the bat will be even more important. Walking in at number 3. You can tell the confidence of Uzma Iftikhar really up at the moment. Got a nice fluent action for an off spinner. And she really has the tendency to get through her overs very quickly. So Uzma Iftikhar will look for that second wicket. I love the move by Sindhu Sriharsha to bring Iftikhar into the attack straight away with that newer ball. Trying to get some drift, especially seeing the way the likes of Bhumika Badaraju would have bowled the off spinner for the Eastern Central Conference. Coming around the wicket now, going for the big heave is Lisa Ramjit. She also likes to play her shots. But Nadia Gruny at the other end, well, she will hold the key, being one of the most experienced members of this team. Nadia Gruny would have played at the World Cup qualifiers. End of the over. Interesting one for Uzma Iftikhar. Wicket went down. So at the end of 2 overs, score now 9 for 2. In this women's national setup. Got an interesting field. The captain, Sriharsha, not opting to go for any fielders outside that cleanly. Bruni, I'm glad Julia has actually rejoined me at this stage. Julia, talk to me about the importance of Nadia Gruny to this run chase.
Yeah, well, she's a very back foot shot the other day that sort of skidded on and would have ploughed into her leg stump, but she's managed to flick that one down leg side for a couple of runs here. So it's really important that she sort of sets the tone for this chase by the East. And just quietly, what a magnificent, oh, that's actually a wide, the umpire's signalled. What a magnificent partnership from Vagella and Giovanni Aris as well to get the Western Conference. They were reeling there for a while at 70 for 63, and they've managed to get to a rit down.
Oh, quick lightning work being done by the keeper there. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that partnership, Julia, because you actually were off air during the main cultivation of that partnership. But your young 15-year-old, we were speaking at length about her when you were on commentary. Isani Vaikela getting to 62, and then and secondly, how important was it that those two sort of stuck together through that middle period and get that 100-run partnership? Well,
it was hugely important. As I said, they're only 63 runs for 7 wickets down. So if they were going to have any sort of total to bowl at, they needed to stay out there, and they did it absolutely beautifully. They didn't took the foot off the pedal a little bit. They didn't go in for the kill. They should have really bowled their quick bowlers. They should have attacked the stumps a little bit more, and they just allowed the West to get back into the game.
Unable to beat the field. In partnership, as Jeff Crow rightfully summed it up, definitely takes some doing, especially in these conditions. You know, this heat. And you were mentioning the fitness of Isani Vaikela already was a mature innings. Now she's got to follow it up in the field with her team.
Well, I did speak to Sindhu Sriharsha, who's the captain of the West team, before they went out there, and Asani was originally going to be opening the bowling for them, but because of the heat, they've just given her a little bit of a break from the new ball anyway, and lucky for them, they've got someone like Snigdha Paul who could step up and take that new ball with Sahani Thadani sitting out as well. She'd been bowling very, very well. They really had to have a look around to see who else could open the bowling. Thus, again, Uzma Iftikhar coming in. And it sort of paid the rewards, I suppose. Interesting move by the East as well to have Gitika Kadali come up to open the batting. Good opportunity for her, but she couldn't capitalise on that opportunity, unfortunately.
Yeah, what I will say is I was very impressed.
Speak of the devil, here's Asani now. Coming on. She's hard to keep her out of the game, isn't it?
Well, that was a very short-lived break. Clearly she wants to be in the action.
Yeah, well, I think Uzma Iftikhar's done the job. Removed Gitika Kadali cheaply, and they have the wicket that they wanted straight away.
Yeah, Isani Thadani would have got 1 wicket in match number 2 of this 50-over series, opening the bowling for her team. I actually like the ploy. I thought it was strategic by Sindhu Sriharsha to get Uzma Iftikhar into the attack early with that newer ball. Sometimes you tend to see off spinners able to get some drift. I actually like the move and obviously doing the job. Excellent start, but likewise from Nadia Gruny, and it gets to the boundary. So interesting. Welcome to the action for Isani Vaghela. That'll bring her back down to earth a bit.
Yeah, and I think she probably hasn't played against Nadia Gruny too much, being on the one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast. But Nadia Gruny, Vaghela, she's got a very late outswinger, which is in the covers, doesn't help anything there as well. I did speak to Asani about how big her feet were the other day. She's been no-balling a fair bit, but she assures me she's only a size 8 women. So, but another free hit here, Nadia Gruny. Will be interesting to see how she plays this. We've been trying to chat about what we do for the free hit. We haven't had many people capitalise on it. And I think there's the tendency to just completely premeditate what your one shot would be, where in fact it's about switching into that T20 gear 3 sort of mode straight away and being able to adjust no matter what the bowler bowls at you about where your boundary options are. And at this stage with the whole field up, there's plenty of space over the infield.
It goes big for the free hit. The catch is taken, but it won't really matter. Well, she was celebrating.
I don't think she realised it. Axe did not realise. She's just pumped that she's taken that catch. She dropped one in the regionals and has been talking about it ever since. So hilarious work from Akshatha Rao. She may be crucial for the West today.
Yes, and as you mentioned, Julia, well, as I mentioned, in the first innings, the way Bhumika Badaraju bowled her 10 overs, just conceding the 21 runs. And even Lisa Ramjit with pace off. She went for some runs today, but was still effective at times. I really think the 2 spinners of Uzma Iftikhar and also Akshata Rao can be crucial, especially as this surface wears. We've seen spin play a crucial part. And that could also be why Sriharsha went to Vaghela, because wants to keep Iftikhar's overs for when the likes of Shabani Bhaskar and some of the more experienced batters come to the crease. Close shout. Yeah, just been sliding down leg.
Yeah, just planting that foot and playing around that front pad a little bit. Not as strong off her legs. Does like the ball on the off stump, so I like this attack of bowling nice and straight. I've also noticed that obviously Sindhu Sriharsha's taken herself out of the keeping role today and is at first slip, and Anika Colin has taken the gloves.
Yeah, loose delivery gets away with it, but it will be a wide. And Isani Vaghela batted for 99 minutes in her first innings, 62. Now bowling first change. Down the leg side again. This time bat on it for Nadia Gruny. Gonna run into the boundary. No, it doesn't. They come back for 2, so she's really getting the runs quickly. 1 and 3 there even, but Lisa Ramjit denying. So Nadia Gruny going along nicely.
Yeah, she's a good aggressive player. Not off 12 at the moment. Sunny Vaghela just got a radar off just a fraction at the moment. And again, if she's just going to bowl that straight line, she really needs to put that fine leg in just to adjust. I just think that short backward square is not the position unless she's going to be bowling just back of a length outside the off stump. So a bit of an expensive over there for Vagella. And a good over for the East. And now 33 for 1 in the 5th over. You were mentioning before about fitness, and in order for Asani Vagella to back up after her 62, unfortunately I've got it in Celsius, but it's 33 degrees out there today. I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit, maybe 85 maybe?
Hot.
Hot, either way, hot and humid. So they should get a little bit of swing with that assistance from the conditions. Just haven't quite got their lines right yet. So bang on, Snigdha Paul continues from the far end.
What about this move to send Lisa Ramjit at 3? Obviously, they've got a lot of batting to come.
Yeah, Lisa Ram, she's been really working hard on her batting for the last 2 years. I've always thought she's got a very good cricket brain, and she does maybe sometimes overthink, but she's an excellent bat, and I think she'll become more of a batting all-rounder. She originally started as a 14-year-old here at this ground for her US career as a bowler and batted lower down the order, but she definitely had the potential as a bat, and she's worked pretty hard playing in the boys, opening the batting. Bats quite high in the sort of under 17 boys league. So it's not really surprising that she came in at 3 today for me. She's also had some really good innings in the intra-regional games as well as the regional games. Captained the senior regional team as well for the East team. And she'll be captaining the under-19 East team next week. So a lot of pressure on her young shoulders. Nearly a senior player at the age of 16. But yeah, definitely a player for the future to keep an eye on.
You can tell even off the field as well, she commands a presence in terms of one of the leaders, as you mentioned, in the squad. So great to see at such a young age she's been able to acclimatize. Came across the stumps a long way. Just think the Paul wanted the wicket. It had been just too high.
Yeah, she's not a tall player either. But sometimes they take that into they don't take it into account, the size of the batters, particularly in women's cricket. The stumps are the same size as they are in the men's game. We're a little closer to them. Really attacking the stumps. Snigdha Paul, I'm really impressed at the moment. It's not express pace at all, but it's certainly challenging for the batters. We know that this pitch has been hard to get set on, but once you're in there, as Asani Vagella and Giovanna Ara showed us, that you can actually really put the foot down once you've started to assess the conditions. And there's a little bit of variable bounce in there, but I like the areas that Snigdha Paul's bowling at the moment. Bar that one.
As you say that. The run rate, though, is very healthy thus far. That required run rate now down to less than 3.5. So clearly, Nadia Gruny, her presence, even though Lisa Ramjit yet to get off the mark after 12 deliveries, still way ahead thanks to Gruny. It's going at more than a run a ball currently.
Yeah, a little outside edge there. Slightly open the face just to get the single through to a vacant third. So rammed it off the mark.
I know you were busy, Julia, but did you ever happen to catch some of the conversation with Jeff Crow at going on to the end of the first innings? He really gave some...
I think a lot of the associate nations are getting a lot of help from the member nations, which is 1 million people. We just get, even 5% of those people playing, and it's a fantastic opportunity for them to really start pushing up the world rankings. So, yeah, it's brilliant. Obviously a lot of former West Indian players as well, really pushing in the game over here and really making sure that it's continuing to grow in various parts of the country.
We apologize for the misconception with Nadia Gruny's score. She's really Now on 19, not 6. So we're working to get that rectified. For 15 runs.
Oh, and that has taken out the leg stump. She has bowled her around the legs. Lisa Ramjet just shuffling across and playing around it. She does get Lisa Ramjet. It's the best way of getting back at your opposition, and if they're hitting you around the park, is to take their wicket. So beautiful ball here from Sunny Vegala.
Yeah, she came across her stumps, tried to work it down to that fine leg region. But unfortunately for her, misses out. And Sunny Vegala said,
yeah, when you're sort of batting in that top sleigh, nice and straight, presenting the full face of the bat there, so she'll be pretty
walking off the field after her match 2 performance. Maybe get a half century for her team. If she gets a half century and starts to build a partnership.
Yeah, a senior pair. They've batted together a fair bit in the past. A little bit of inexperience after them, so it's important that they, take some lessons from the previous innings and taking the ball away from Shibani Baska. She does tend to like to play to the leg side more so potentially front edges. I'd be putting in a gully again. They're still not really attacking enough for my liking. And it's the first ball she's faced, and she's just got one person in a catching position. So see what Vegala can come up with here.
Just update you as we rectify those issues. Correct score 35 for 2. Shibani Baska, new batsman in, the captain. And Nadia Gruny, well, since 2 overs ago where Nadia Gruny would have struck that boundary, she hasn't even faced a ball. So she's sort of been starved of the strike. And that could be interesting when you're, hitting the ball nicely. You've got momentum, getting into a rhythm. And you spend so much time at the non-striker's end. But it could affect you. This one's short. You mentioned into the onside. Well, Baska just placing it nicely to get underway.
Yeah, it's vitally important for the incoming batter to make sure that, particularly someone like Nadia, is she hitting them as well as she has been hitting them, is that you want to make sure that they are getting the strike. You want to be rotating it when you can and sort of ticking over your score at the same time, but making sure that you're getting the informed batter on strike. That's a perfect area for Shibani Baska, and she also has played that very solidly in defence as well. So good cricket all around.
Well, over which brought a wicket for the Western Conference. At the end of 7 overs, it's 37 for 2. Giovanna Aris, the bowling change now, the southern end. So only 3 overs of Singh Paul, probably the captain, wanting to sort of save her remaining 7 overs. In comes Giovanna Aris, who would have had a main part to play with the bat in hand, got that superb innings of 37. Starts with a short delivery, gets us in the gap. There's Nadia Gruny, clearly not fazed by the starvation of strike. Comes back for an easy 2. She's been so easy on the eye, Nadia Gruny, thus far.
Yeah, like I said, she's very strong off that back foot, loves punching them through cover. I wouldn't think that's the length that they'd be wanting to bowl to Nadia Gruny without a little bit of protection deep. And if they were going to try and pitch it up again, I'd be pushing that into gully to see if you can just catch that little outside edge. Has been seeing them quite well, though. Really nice line there. Just tightening it up on Gruny, not giving any room. At the moment, they've got a 5-4 feel, which, again, is a little defensive. I'd be taking out that square leg and putting her onto the offside, trying to clog up where she does tend to punch the ball through the covers area.
Really wide outside that off stump. Now, for you, the captain opting to take off Paul out of the attack, Julia, if you're out there, sort of, you have this dangerous pair at the crease, you know you need the wicket, do you sort of, even though you want to save some of Stick the Paul's overs, do you sort of keep her for sort of maybe the back end of the innings, or do you continue persist with her, try to prize this wicket?
Well, it probably depends. I think, to me, the fact that Shibani Baska's just come out there and she's been bowling very well, Snigdha Paul, I'd probably keep her on for a fraction longer, just in case there's the opportunity of her, nicking off, putting some pressure on her, having a bowl stump to stump. And that puts the pressure on immediately as a new batter as soon as you come out there. So bringing on Giovanna, she's a little new to the game, as I've mentioned before, but doing a fantastic job. But I just think it just takes the pressure off for taking a wicket.
Nadia Gruny into the 20s now. Surely the longer she bats, the easier this run chase becomes. She can steer this ship to maybe around 100. Well, things should be easy going from there.
Again, a perfect delivery there from Giovanna. She opened the bowling at the regionals. Really struggled a fair bit with the, firstly with the conditions, which were quite breezy. Had to bowl into the breeze, and ball was swinging everywhere. But she also had the new ball, so good learnings from Captain Sindhu Sriharsha. Just letting her bowl with a slightly older ball, not as much movement. Great ball there. Nice tall action as well. Gets good lift out. We saw that in the first innings. Holly Charles, Giddika Kadali both getting some good lift from their height out of this wicket. She's got just a slightly different technique to a lot of the other pace bowlers in this team.
This one squeezed, tone to point. They've got to hurry here. Shibani Baska gets home in the end. Can't afford a run out at this stage, surely. So need to communicate. They're well ahead of the rate, so don't need to take any risky singles. End of the 8th. The correct score, 43 for the loss of 2. They require 146 more runs for victory. The Eastern Conference, and a chance, of course, to level the series in the final match of this Sistar Mortgage National Championships 2021.
So Sani Vagela to continue. Also from the commentator's end, we're just claiming it. Getting a nice little bit of outswing, a little bit wayward, particularly in that first over, but she's managed to pick up the wicket of Lisa Ramjet, so she's getting a little bit of movement still. Again, I'm not completely convinced about this field again. Still 5-4 with Gruny so strong on the offside, but it doesn't matter where the field is when it's a full toss on leg. And she's managed to just find the gap and hit that one for a boundary, just to continue her acceleration and her good innings at this stage. Very aggressive.
Yeah, it's what you expect from your more experienced players. Nadia Gruny really taking this run chase by the scruff of its neck. This will be the wicket they need to get. And although Isani Vaikela has gotten that wicket in the last over, well, she's been expensive, going at just 8.5. So need definitely to get this wicket. I don't know if Vaikela, given that she was batted for so long in this heat, now having to come and bowl early on, not sure if she's the best option. What about maybe bringing back Uzma Iftikhar? Yeah, we see the deep mid-wicket in place. You don't want to set a field for bad bowling with Vaikela bowling down the leg side. You want to be targeting that off-stump area. Sort of take some pressure off.
Yeah, and that generally is the case when you get hit to the leg side. You do tend to overcompensate. It's just bowled a little wide ball on the offside there, but I'm still not completely convinced at all with this this field. She is a young kid. I'm not sure how much she's having a say in her field placements, or is this the captain, Sriharsha? But to me, they really need to be just packing one side of the field. They know that Gruny is strong through that offside.
I wish we had a camera on us, Julia, for the viewers to see your face when that deep mid-wicket went out. You were livid.
Yeah, it was a bad ball. It was a full toss, and then they've placed a fielder out there for that. And I can't see that Vigela's going to be bowling a short ball to get someone caught on that mid-wicket boundary.
Oh, then I would definitely be a big fan if I could see a bouncer come from Isani Vaghela. Gruny, this is really sensible batting. Getting off strike, turning it over closer to 50 range. This run rate, it's really been stellar. 5.76 runs per over, just under 6. When you're only chasing 188, well.
Clearly, Nadia Gruny wants to finish this game quickly. She's obviously got something happening tonight.
And of course, this Sistar Mortgage Women's National Championships 2021 transitions into the T20 phase. I'm going to talk to Julia about that alongside me. Julia Price, the head coach of the women's national team. And that starts all from tomorrow. So right early on, got games, and then 2 coming on Sunday. Sorry, 2 tomorrow, correction, and then 1 on Sunday. So great to see the transition in format now for some of these younger players. They'll get some good exposure. It will take, ask some questions about their fitness, because it's not easy to be playing that amount of cricket back to back. It's not like they're in games at night. How do you think they'll hold up?
Yeah, I think they'll hold up pretty well. We've got some good recovery processes, in place at the moment. The girls have been working hard on their fitness, particularly the girls that have been in the program for the last 2 years. You can really see that starting to really develop in quite a few of the older players. Cricket's never been known for its fitness. Oh, just pushes that one down leg side. But it doesn't look like a sport that maybe requires a lot of fitness, because there's so much sort of standing around the field. But I think that's exactly where, the fitness can actually help that mental side of the game as well, which is the practicing, switching on, switching off, making sure that you're able to run into position quickly, getting between overs, backing up as Vaghela is right now from her innings previously. Giovanna Aris obviously bowling at the other end. She had a 100-run partnership with Vaghela, so really important that they've got that fitness and doing their recovery practices, which we've been instilling. We've had the strength and conditioning coach in as well, going through some additional sort of stretches and activations to make sure that their bodies are prime and ready to go. So very important, as well as 8 hours sleep each night as well, which is vital for letting that body to recover.
Of course, sleep being such a important part of any recovery. Oh, that one. No ball for sure. So Isani Vaghela struggling here now. That will be a no ball. She'll have to bowl that one over. And more time and a more opportunity for Nadia Gruny, who just looks so comfortable at the crease. But I can tell you, if she continues at this rate, Judy, I think you're going to have an early day. A lot more recovery you time.
Maybe Vaghela was just trying to soften her up a little. She can't get her out, so she's bowled one at her head. That was the free hit. Again, we'd love to know what Gruny's plan was there. You see her clear that front leg. But again, her strength is through that offside. I would have loved to have seen her back to the leg side a little bit and try and squeeze another one through this fast outfield. At the end of the 9th over, it's 53 for 2. With Gruny on 29 off her just the 27 runs. She's switched into T20 mode already a day early.
Yeah, Shabani Basker's been quiet, but we all know what she's capable of. And you look at what's to come, the likes of Holly Charles, Onika Wallison. They've already got some batting if these two can continue this partnership. A partnership now worth... Sorry, bear with me here. Just trying to get the technology on our side. But no, this partnership already worth 18 runs. Nadia Gruny's contributed 10 of those. Aras to continue. Oh, that one. Cutting back onto the stumps. Well, almost onto the stumps, I should say, of Basker.
Yeah, great delivery. I really like the fact that when Giovanna really attacks the stump, she's got a little bit of a natural in-swinging action as well, and a little bit of cut off there with the Beautiful seam position. Still learning the game, but she batted with like a player that had years of experience in the first innings.
Hit straight to point.
That's Captain Shrihasha fielding a backward point. Out of position normally, the wicketkeeper.
She's really trying to penetrate through that point region, Shivani Bhaskar, but this time, misfield allows her to get off strike. Julia, talk to me now about the upcoming 3 Sistar Mortgage T20s we have. You know, obviously, 2 being tomorrow and then 1 on Sunday. For you as the coach, what sort of some of the things that you're going to be telling these teams that they need to do in order to sort of switch that mindset, or does it switch even for these T20 games?
No, it absolutely switches. It's a very different mindset. I would hope it does anyway. Although the way that Nadia Gruny is going, she's ready to go already. But yeah, I mean, we've discovered we had a few plans. Obviously, minimum is going at 6 and over, which is the 120 off your 20 overs, but which we haven't actually achieved at the international level yet. So we really want to make sure that that's what we're doing here at the national championship, so that we're actually ensuring that we can, you know, put some competitive scores up there. We're still hitting the ball. You know, at a good rate to be able to make sure we've got some competitive scores and something to be able to defend. So that's one thing that we'll definitely be looking at. Dot ball percentages, another thing when we're bowling, absolutely. Making sure that even ones, a lot of the girls have this mentality that they're worried about getting hit, but in T20 cricket, you're going to get hit. So you've just got to start preparing for that and really assessing where you want the batter to hit you. And even if it's a one is a win in T20 cricket. So it's just a little bit of a shift in that mindset about how they're going to approach the game.
Well, Bhumika Badaraju, she loves to flight the ball. I'm interested to see how that one goes in terms of the T20 game. I don't expect her to change too much, actually, and I would hope not. Same thing applies. See, some of the most successful T20 bowlers are the ones that flight deliveries. End of the over, a pretty quiet one for the Western Conference.
But if we looked at the two teams on paper, the West are probably a slightly better batting team. Not that you could tell from their score today or their initial 6 wickets, but they're going along pretty strongly. It probably does weaken slightly, probably after the next sort of wicket down. Whereas the West did have a fairly extensive batting order. But if these two stay out here, I think the West are going to be in for some punishment today. We're just having a change of bowler.
To change your fortune now with ball. A lot of seam options. Clarity.
A lot. Just looking at Candinala's run up there, she seemed to have just got a little bit of a stagger as she's coming into the crease. What you want in your run up is something nice and smooth to be able to get that momentum through to your target. And she just seems to be probably nearly. Obviously opened the batting today for the West, so a good all-rounder from Dallas. In good areas as well.
How big of an emphasis is placed on fielding for you, Julia?
Yeah, we have a big emphasis on it. Obviously, everyone is going to be fielding for half a game, so it's so important that we've got good, agile players in the field. They're all able to catch. We try and get them, particularly in the T20 game, which is harder. You need them to be able to field both infield and outfield. So there is a big emphasis on, you know, understanding their strengths, making sure that they have something to throw off, a good base. Beautiful work there is a good example of it straight away in the field there from the West. But yeah, it's a big part of our program where we have hubs around the country that have had up until probably 5 or 6 weeks ago a real net-based or batting and bowling-based training sessions. When we last sort of 6 weeks or so, they've been only doing fielding balls around.
see some wrist spinners. Haven't seen one in these two teams. A lot of off spin, a lot of medium pace as well. But don't get me wrong, they've been very exciting and impressive. But I just think for the variation, any that you know sort of maybe in the regional setup or intra-regional setup that could be close?
Well, actually, Lacia Malapati out there, she does bowl a little bit of leg spin. It's part-time. She bowled a few overs at the regionals. Took a while to warm up, let's say, but also working on her leg spin bowling, as it is one of those areas that we identified. And she's played right across that one. That was one of those balls that we know Shibani Basker loves to take to the onside, where potentially the smart option would be just to drive that through mid-off. That's the end of the 11th over. A good over there by Kandanala. And it's 56 for 2.
Every team needs that Marnus Labuschagne, the top order batsman that can bowl that crafty leg spin. I'm a big fan. I'm not sure why Tim Payne doesn't give him some more overs. But I think, if he continues to develop that, much like those two players you would have mentioned, can definitely go into
lid. So they probably think that's maybe where his value is more so than his leg spin. But he has already picked up a few test wickets. And we saw someone like Steve Smith started off as a leg spinner in the Australian team as well and has progressed to a batter. And ironically enough, the two of them seem to be morphing into each other at the moment. So, and that's definitely a good thing for Australia with the quality that Steve Smith's supplied in the past sort of 8 years or so. And now we've got a youngster coming through in Marnus Labuschagne. So, and a Queenslander to boot, which is good. Okay, they're bringing a bit of change of spin on with Akshatha Rao coming on from the far end. Does get a lot of turn. She is a definite wicket taker. Sindhu Shaharsha, has a lot of faith in her fellow Bay Area bowler.
Was it a lot of flight? Interesting battle we have on our hands. Nadia Gruny up against Rao. She's got both the mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. I'd like to see that. You don't have a lot of runs to play with, yes, but you want to sort of entice the aggressive Gruny to go over the top. That could lead to a wicket. So I like this tactic from Sriharsha, and she's been generally very aggressive in her captaincy, Sindhu Sriharsha. That's definitely a asset to her game. Gruny going big, or trying to at least, and a misfield. Not great work at mid-on, so they do come up for the second.
Great work there from Chetna Prasad. What I really liked about that, Juvana Aris unfortunately had the misfield, but the beauty for that, the anticipation from Chetna Prasad, who's been fielding out at sort of a straight mid-wicket or a cow corner, as you like to say in Australia, that she actually was able to field that off the boundary and prevent the four. So the ball's never dead, always moving around in the field. It's great to see that the girls are anticipating and making sure they're backing up their fellow teammates.
That deficit definitely coming down. And I wonder how long it'll be before we see Uzma Iftikhar back into the attack. She already took the wicket of Girika Kodali. She's only bowled her 2 overs, so she will have a second spell very soon, you would expect. We have seen the two operate in tandem, Rao and Iftikhar.
Yeah, it's not a bad option, really, to have slightly different style bowlers bowling at one after each end. We do talk about bowlers bowling in partnerships as well. There's a lot of talk about, obviously, batters, which makes sense about them batting in partnerships. But you also want to make sure that you're bowling in partnerships as well, which means basically you get to the end of your over and you want to get out of an over. You want to get it out of an over with no runs being scored. Don't get a boundary off that last ball. You bowl a good stock dot ball, so then you can pass on the baton, I suppose. Not like the American relay team the other night in the 4x100.
Oh, no, don't go there.
But you want to be able to bowl back-to-back really good overs and put that pressure on from both ends. And that's what you were talking about when we're talking about bowling in partnerships.
Spot on there for sure. The USA, all of our fans won't be happy with that from their Olympic relay team. So Akshata Rao ends a good first over. Just goes for 2 runs. At the end of 12, 58 for 2. And we have drinks.
Well, we're back after a very slow 12 overs for the first hour of play, considering just the 2 wickets down. I think the West are really going to have to rush this through. Even if they do manage to win the game, they will be docked points if they are under their over rate. They should be going around 16 overs at an hour, so they're about 4 behind at this stage, which is tough to make up.
They will be docked points.
Absolutely.
That's pretty interesting. How many?
Just the one out of the 2 that you get. But it's enough to maybe change the series.
Defining.
Absolutely.
So, wow, okay. Interesting rule there.
Well, we're using it as the same as the ICC rules. We just want the girls, obviously, at this National Championships league, it's as close as you're going to get to the ICC. So we want them practicing, making sure that they're understanding the pace that they need to get through the game.
In the air. What a grab that was. Almost held on. Extra cover. It was the big wicket of Shabani Bhaskar. That's what sometimes a break tends to do. What a grab that was. Down low to her right.
Interesting, Gargi Bogle is actually out there at the moment. There's so clearly someone who's off the field. She wasn't in the starting 11. But Mahika Kandanala doing a really good job here, bowling in good areas. I must be putting the mockers on everyone. It's immediately I give them a wrap, they bowl a loose delivery, so the full toss, Shabani Bhaskar doesn't make any mistake there, and she hits that for a boundary. And it's also been called a no ball by the umpire, so to add salt to injury, she's going to have to re-bowl that, and it's a free hit.
Yeah, so not exactly what you want at this stage. A catch just going down and then the no ball plus the boundary. In terms of the front foot no balls, even sometimes the waist height no balls, do you see that as a big area of concern? You have seen a couple.
Yeah, we do have the odd loose ball that is getting bowled. I wouldn't be as concerned if I thought they were trying to bowl a Yorker. You can lose your length a little bit on those, but I think those are just slipping out, unfortunately. So it'd be interesting where she tries to bowl this. Down leg, well left. Basker, that's a bit of experience there, not even trying to get something on that. She wants a better ball that she can really launch into.
So free hit once again. Some thinking for Mahika Kandanala.
They do have the fielder out on the boundary, so she can actually drop this a fraction short. Back of a length there.
Sorry about that. But yeah, it's interesting that their fielder is actually at the mid-wicket boundary, because I think Isani Vakela is a bit bored out there. Hasn't had many deliveries come to her. And Kandanala's not trying to bowl back of the length either. She's trying to target outside that off stump. Try to be full. So interesting field positioning.
She is strong on the leg side there. I think they're really just trying to just stop any boundary balls.
Telling you, well, sort of a low percentage stroke in the sense that if she does miss, she could be in trouble leg before. Got to be very careful.
Does play it nice and late. I don't know why she's got such good control of that, but you just need that little fraction bit of movement.
I think what's also key to note is she doesn't turn too early. Plays it with that straight bat, but turns it at the last second. Got strong wrists, so she's able to control those shots.
Fairly wristy, that typical Indian style batting. I think they've got it pretty much right for her at the moment with the field of a game. So she'll be starting to get a little. I think Nadia will be quite happy to get off or get a
time. But however, it doesn't really matter because for victory, so it should be easy going. However,
and there's Sindhu Shrihasha in the field, does the roll. She'll actually be pretty happy with herself, I think. But it's just an interesting. The majority of the number of fielders on there, and certainly the case with regards to Shabani Basker. Can't afford to put a 5-4 to her, but Shabani Basker on strike at the moment. Good field for her.
using her feet over extra cover, just out of the reach of the extra cover field, I believe Gargi Bogle. So you would say half a chance being created there.
And they've really had to force her to do that to be able to get some runs here. So even though she got that run, like you said, it was nearly a bit of a half chance just over the head of Gargi Bogle.
Using their feet, these two batters trying to sort of negate any spin.
Experienced player for the USA. Highest wicket taker at the qualifiers in Scotland 2019.
What would you say are some of the differences in her and Bhumika Badaraju, who you'd have seen for the Eastern Conference when they were bowling? Both off spinners, both like to flight deliveries, but obviously Akshata Rao being the more senior bowler of the two.
Yep.
What would you say are some of the differences though in their style?
Well, Akshata is a side-on bowler. As you look at Bhumika, she's a very front-on bowler. Bhumika also is just still developing, a little bit slow through the air, so it does allow people to use their feet to come down to her a bit too much. Very well today, 1 for 21 off her 10. And as I mentioned, at the moment we've just finished the 14th over. Another good over from Rao. 66 for 2.
Yeah, 122 remaining for victory. Here comes Uzma Iftikhar. Was that over rate?
Yeah, and we've got two off spinners, one from each end, obviously, and very different off spinners as well. Actually, we're just talking about Akshata being a side on, really turns it, rips it, gets good turn. Uzma tends to be a little flatter in the way she approaches it. We've been trying to work on her flight so that she can change it and have that pace through the air with good variations. Has one that sort of just floats away, not quite an arm ball, but it just does sort of go on straight, which also can be a wicket-taking ball. A little bit wide there. We've been working on that front arm, just trying to get her to stay on that front leg a little bit longer in order to be able to get up and over that leg and get some really good revs on the ball.
Yeah, she went the flighted option on that occasion, but Shabani Basker was better to the task. And one thing Shabani Basker does do very well when she's asked to play on the offside, goes inside out through that extra cover region. So you can see they have a fielder placed there, but she still is able to manipulate the gap. This is very impressive. A pat to leg side field. Obviously, knowing that she likes and favors the onside. Sort of, is that where you go when you have a player like that nature of a Shabani Basu? You pat the onside, or do you more sort of pat the offside and force her to play on off stump?
Yeah, well, there's no right answer, one right answer, in fact. So because they know that she's, it's an unfortunate bounce there. Chetna Prasad just going to beat her to the boundary in a 4-run. So a little unlucky there, but a couple of options that you can do. You can actually set them up on their stronger side and put in most of your players there. So there's a few different options and a few different ways to skin a cat, as they do say. So.
Well, the forcing her well in the middle. We've seen more of her actually in the last couple of overs. Now she goes to that favored onside region. There is protection in the deep. Worth 37, correction.
And with that ball, then it's quite interesting. I spoke to Uzma Iftikhar yesterday, and I said her default ball, I mean, it was a bad bounce to a fielder. So to me, I'd love to see her say, try that again to the batter, particularly as they know that that's not one of Shabani Baska's stronger shots through the offside. So to me, it takes a lot of courage to do that. And she actually even admitted to me that I'm just worried about getting hit again. And I said, well, what happens if you get hit again? I mean, it's just another force. So then you can bring it back from there, but you won't know if you don't try it. So coming around the wicket to Gruny.
What's been an interesting observation for me is I think we've seen a lot of flight from the spin, but not a lot of batters opting to go the route of going over mid-off or mid-on. And I'm sure that's going to be something that will come as they get a lot more comfortable in the middle and play a 115 from 35. So a look at Akshata Rao in terms of what she's been able to do thus far, ball in hand. Not able to get that wicket just yet, but two very tight overs, just 4 runs conceded. And she looked now to add that wicket to her tally. Coming down the track is Bhaskar, luring her out. Gotta love it in terms of this battle.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was wondering where Shabani Baska was going to go there. They've got a long on, and they've also got a deep mid wicket. So she's going to have to try and go inside out and over mid off here, which is a tough shot, and that's exactly what they want to do. You want to make it as hard as possible. Again, just trying to get her to hit on the offside. I like their plans that they've got for her at the moment.
Well, sunshine still out for the first time in eons. I've not seen a grey cloud here in Florida. In the air, this one falling short of point. I think this could be a really good tactic to the likes of Shabani Baska, luring her out of her crease, and it's sort of becoming premeditated. So I wonder if Akshata Rao now can maybe push one a bit wider, see if she will miss it, and she will expect her keeper to be equal to the task and sort of create a dismissal. You need it at this stage. The partnership is getting away from them.
This is where that arm ball would come in very nicely. The arm ball is the one that goes the opposite direction and generally can look a little bit like an outswinger or potentially just stay going straight on. So the batter is playing for spin. They can walk straight past it.
And in your days of behind the stumps, Julia, sort of when you sense something like this where you have a batter almost premeditating the spinner using their feet consistently, do you sort of do maybe a signal to your bowler or go down, have a word with her?
Yeah, absolutely. It's about particularly with wicket keepers, you've got to have that relationship with all of your bowlers, and it might just be a tap on the ground, whether that's wide on the offside or even to throw it down leg to get that. If they're coming straight down the wicket, you know, there's a chance that they may miss that and get that stumping. If they're leaving a little early, we actually saw Gargi Bogle do that yesterday or 2 days ago to Lisa Ramjet, which is coming down and playing her like a spinner. And she came down way too early and realised that the length was wrong and tried to play all around it, and it ended up clipping her leg stump. So good bowling there by Lisa Ramjet to pull back her length on that.
So another quiet over from Akshata Rao comes to an end. Just another 2 runs from it. And, well, the Eastern Conference, they'll fancy their chances here. 113 required for victory.
Yeah, some great bowling here from the spin twins. Although it looks like, I know, Iftika's just going to have a quick chat to her captain. And Erica Rendler returns and comes back on the field. She was unfortunately run out today after seeing the ball like a watermelon. Hit a couple of early 4s and then unfortunately was run out with a bit of a mix-up with her batting partner out there in Snigdha Paul. That's Iftikhar to continue. I'd imagine she's going to come around the wicket. The fact she's pushing back a sweeper on the offside boundary, which she is, and straightening up her mid-wicket as well, the deep mid-wicket, which I'm extremely happy with this field that she's got.
What was the education process like, you know, for some of the younger cricketers who may have not known, you know, in terms of the right fields to have, some of the younger bowlers as well? How did that sort of education process go for you?
Yeah, it's an ongoing one. In fact, I'm trying to get the players to, particularly as bowlers, to be responsible for their own field, not necessarily just rely on the captain to be able to set the field for them. So I've already said, actually, at the lunch break, I had a few, there's nearly a queue, in fact, of some of the bowlers coming up to me to talk to me about what happened out in the middle and what they were thinking and were their field placements in the right spots. And we are constantly using our NV Play portal so that we can look at other countries that are playing around the world, or even just general games, and working on our opposition analysis and determining, you know, where certain players might hit depending on where we're bowling. So it's vitally important. Great effort there from the Western fielder. That's actually, yep. She's a bit of a character act. She's always throwing herself around somewhere. Yeah, so it's important that they can do that analysis, and by doing that on MV Play and constantly being able to reassess, you know, did they bowl a bad ball? Self-assessment as well. Did they bowl a bad ball? Was their execution right, or is just a good shot, or is their field in the wrong place? So it's a constant assessment all the time about what they're doing when they're out there bowling. The fact that Uzma's coming around the wicket and to me, they've just conceded that she's going to get a single every time here. So whether that's right or wrong, that is her strength through there, and that's slightly wider. I'm not sure if you'd want to come over the wicket and really try and cramp up Nadia Gruny, because she does like to hit through that offside, off that back foot.
Yeah, interesting to see how Sindushi Harsha manages these two spinners. Obviously, they'll be crucial, because even though runs are being scored, they're sort of creating some chances here and there. This one, no ball. Cardinal sin for any spinner. Just overstepping. I was looking at our stream, and she was getting very close to that front crease, so probably wanting that extra effort, get a little closer to the batter on that occasion. But now Nadia Gruny, 47 deliveries, she'll be fancying her chances. She really be chomping at the bit, goes across straight to should make it fielder though, so unable to capitalize.
I like the way Nadia Gruny went about that as well. Then it was with the bowler coming around the wicket, she could quite easily sweep across that as she did and access the 4 fielders only on the leg side, but unfortunately hit it straight to the fielder in Asani Vigala.
Uzma Iftikhar, a thought on her in terms of being one of the more resident spinners of this team, was part of that 2019 World Cup qualifiers team, and is she sort of, would you say, the go-to spinner, along probably with Akshata Rao being the 2 more senior off spinners in the country, being sort of those go-to options, pace off for the national team?
Yeah, at this stage, absolutely. I think they're the 2 that we're sort of obviously looking at. We did have a couple of others that were on the tour. Claudine Beckford, unfortunately, unable to play this year due to work commitments, and Samantha Ramator as well has been outstanding over the last few years as well, but just hadn't performed well enough at the regional level. So it has come down to these 2, and also Bhumika as the up and coming through the system. But what I liked about Uzi is she also had a fairly poor tour in 2019 for the World Cup qualifier. She did injure herself on that tour as well, but just really struggled. And from that tour, she made she's made a lot of changes to what she's been doing. She's got a lot fitter. She's been really working hard on her technique. She's working hard on her analysis and discussions around the game. So she wants to be that student and continue to improve despite being one of the older players. Big hit down the ground. Erica Rendler backing back. She's going to take that if anyone is. Well done, Erica Rendler. Fantastic catch from her, and that's that softball background. Dropped that right leg, started moving back, didn't push backwards, so was completely in control of that catch the whole way. So well done to the West, and that's where your fielding practice comes in play. You take that key wicket of the captain of the opposition team and break that partnership.
Yeah, one of the best fielders on display, Erica Rendler. And what a big wicket that is for the women's Western Conference. Things just beginning to slip away. That partnership worth 43 now broken. It's the captain, Shabani Bhaskar. She's gone. 19. And she'll already be disappointed that she wasn't unable to kick on yet again. However, Nadia Gruny is still there. The score now 78 for 3.
Monica Wallison's going to be the batter that's replacing Shabani. Monica, probably more of a bowling all-rounder, but can also perform with the bat.
Yeah, given sort of a promotion, because we haven't seen her with the bat in hand yet in this series, that could possibly be the reasoning.
Yeah, her and a very experienced player as well, having played for both Guyana and the United States. But her and Nadia, no doubt, will know each other fairly well. We'll work on how to restabilise just at the moment. I don't think it's quite panic time for Eastern Conference yet, but you don't want to be losing a couple of quick wickets. So again, just the good communication between these two to ensure they continue. But the spin attack has definitely worked for the West. And persisting, and sometimes the 50 over game is all about patience. And that was really good patience and captaincy there by Sindhu Sriharsha. Leaving up that mid-off as well, trying to make them go over her head inside out. I really like that ploy.
Yeah, she's been truly something to see. And also, happy for Akshata Rao. She's really deserved this wicket. Kept things very tight, bowled a lot of dot balls. So, imagine how crucial she would be sort of to restricting this Eastern Conference teams. Oh, what a good start this is. She was very interested in that. And imagine if you had got that wicket, if Nadia Gruny been back-to-back deliveries. But that would have really been a roller coaster of events. But just looking back at the catch taken by Erica Rendler, so composed underneath. She's got those big mitts. She sort of caught it the Australian way. Hands high, reverse cut. But it was easy. I'm sure some of the other fielders will be looking to Erica Rendler as sort of inspiration and a way to grow their game, something to grow too.
I think we were talking about her in that transition from softball before, and obviously as with softball, when you're catching a ball like that, you do tend to have your hands upwards. So it's probably a fairly natural position for her to be in. What I did like, and I mentioned it before though, is that she did drop a leg and go back sideways. A lot of people tend to reel backwards and therefore they're a little bit out of control. They haven't quite got the balance than her skipping backwards and keeping her eye on the ball the whole time. It's just perfect technique. And I think that's...
Hit wicket. Could be. Monica Wallison. It's not moving. We'll wait to see what the square leg umpire, Jermaine Lindo, just having a word with the standing umpire. Monica Wallison, she isn't moving. Gonna get that one back on the stream. That'll be interesting to see what went on there. I do see one bail off. Did she get too deep on her stumps? Huh.
That just looks like it's bolder from the look of that. It's turned a long way, and she's walking off now, accepting the fact that was just a really good pill that's got her out there. And great work from Rao. She's on fire.
Yeah, that one's spinning considerably back into Monica Wallison. Really surprised her. So Monica Wallison can't add to the scores, and well, we say that when one wicket happens, it brings two. So now you would say the Western Conference coming back into things with the ball in hand. It's now 79 for 3.
The opening bowler, Moksha Chowdhury, is coming out to replace Monica Wallison. There may have been even just a little bit of maybe playing on there from Monica Wallison. Came back and ran off the bat onto the stumps. But either way, East have really got to consolidate now. We're just talking about you don't want to lose 2 quick wickets, and that's exactly what's happened. And it's amazing how quickly the game of cricket can turn around, and that's why the 50-over game is still such a popular game, because it is such a game of cat and mouse.
I'd love to watch Akshata Rao go about her cricket. Always a smile on her face. And that's always good to see, enjoying the game itself.
Yeah, it's good to see her celebrations have quietened down. I've in the past seen her do some extraordinary things. Generally, just collapses in a heap and does a few sort of starfishes on the pitch. Good to see that she's taken. I know it's good to see she's taken on board some feedback regarding her celebrations, but she is a very excitable player and just absolutely loves the game. So it's sort of hard to be angry with people when they're that happy about the way they're going about the game.
Well, this one in front, Nadia Gruny. Well, she's at the other end, but she'll be really wanting to maintain a lot of this strike in this tough period. It's all about batting through the phases of this innings, and you have to weather the storm. You can't just let wickets go down left, right, and center. And as a senior player, should be aware of that. Still 109 runs to get.
Quite interesting as well as the fact that Nadia Gruny is on 35 off 53, and at one stage she was ahead of her the number of balls faced. So they've really put the brakes on Nadia Gruny, which is great. It means that they're actually adjusting as the game goes on to try and restrict her. She's also potentially feeling the pressure of having a few partners being lost around her as well. But she'll be back on strike. Iftikhar and Rao operating beautifully together at both ends.
Yeah, Nadia Gruny has been interesting, actually, and you must credit the 2 spinners, as you mentioned, for putting the pressure on that pair. They were going so easily, comfortably. The scoreboard was ticking over, and they were getting a lot closer to that score, but in came Akshata Rao and sort of changed the complexion of the game by creating pressure with dot balls, and that's something you mentioned, the dot ball percentage really has vast importance in white ball cricket.
Good to see Iftikhar's now come over the wicket to Gruny. Cut off that angle, keep it nice and tight. Still manages to squeeze it out to the sweeper for 1. I'd love her with coming over the wicket to really pull up that sweeper, just to put that little bit of pressure on Gruny. As we said, she's been struggling to score for the sort of last 20-odd balls or so. What that does do with the single is put Moksha Chowdhury on strike. And he faced the 2 balls so far. Slip in place. Nice shape there from Uzma Iftikhar. Just got some good flight now. I like her pace through the air as well. Really just take that pace off for the new batter until they've got those conditions right. They've got a catching position and extra cover there as well. Plays it late. May get 2 if they look for it, but it's a no. Just the 1 behind point. Just a little bit too much width there from Iftikhar. Maybe looking for the arm ball, but just should be trying to rip it a little bit. You can see that from Akshata Rao, there's definitely some turn. I was also talking to Bhumika yesterday, and she was saying she much prefers bowling at that end. She feels that there's a lot more turn in this end.
You can see how wide of the crease Iftikhar is getting, trying to angle it into Nadia Gruny. If you're a Gruny, no, Julia, sort of, you've been at the crease for a long time. Over 50 deliveries, 54 deliveries, 95 minutes. She's really spent a lot of time at the crease. Hasn't faced as many balls recently. What sort of role do you play, given that you've lost 2 wickets in quick succession? You've got a new batsman in Moksha Chowdhury at the other end. How do you go about this?
Well, it's again about shifting back down to your gear 1 re-looking at your bread and butter shots, your low risk shots, but ensuring you're still ticking over the score, just getting those singles, pushing them around, hitting the bad balls. You've got to make sure that otherwise it's so easy just to get ground into the ground and stop that scoring rate, which is what the West have done really nicely here. I also like the fact that Uzma Iftikhar is really changing up where she's bowling from, depending on, and she's got she's got different plans for each of the two batters as well, which is what you want. You don't want to see the same plan for everyone. Everyone's different the way that they go about their scoring. They may not have seen a lot of Moksha's batting as well. She's from the Boston area. Good all-round player, plays up there in the men's competition. Probably more so a bowler than a bat, but she's certainly got potential again to continue to develop herself into a true all-rounder.
Goes into the onside with this one, Shabani Bhaskar. Just be one though. Sorry, not Shabani Bhaskar. She's dismissed. Moksha Chaudhary. The shot was so similar to Bhaskar, what we're used to seeing with that onside tug. So clearly watching her captain. And I can tell you, having a word with umpire Jermaine Lindo, Julia, that heat is not easy out there. So credit to all of these players being able to stay out there. We're in the AC, we're comfortable. And it's just funny in terms of the comparison that we were making earlier. You know, when I asked you about some of the things you were saying, you wanted Bhumika Badraju as being one of the youngest spinners and something to work on. You mentioned that being more side on. And I think having someone like Akshita Rao as a mentor in the team works out so well, because she could really, you know, turn out like Akshita Rao even better in terms of the purchase that she's able to get off the surface.
Yeah, she's a good competitor, Akshata, and she also is a good teammate and as you said, a mentor for a lot of these young kids. They all know each other pretty well. It's a pretty tight family, the women's cricket world at the moment in America. So they do know each other very, very well.
You can actually see now the way that Akshita Rao's gone about her business thus far in this spell, into her fifth over, why Shabani Bhaskar and Nadia Gruny to some extent was using their feet, because you don't want to allow deliveries from Rao to spin. You don't know exactly what they could do on this surface. Goes across the line. She's very confident. Umpire not out, not interested. Wonder what was wrong there.
Maybe it was hitting her outside the line. I'm not really sure exactly why that wasn't given out, but dealt with beautifully by everyone. Umpire's decision is final. But she is being very challenging to these batters today. Oh, and some poor fielding there by Uzma Iftikhar, and that's going to go through for a boundary. Just her first loose delivery by Rao. And it's exactly what you don't want to have happen, is that boundary off the last ball of an over. You just lose that momentum, that pressure. That's the point of bowling in partnerships, and she'll be pretty disappointed with herself that she's let that one, a loose one, go on that last ball. As will Uzma, who's bowling at this end.
So end of that over. And some good consolidation happening at the moment with Moksha Chaudhary, just there for 8 deliveries. Nadia Gruny on 37. Hasn't really moved out of the 30s since getting there. Probably put that down to the wickets going down around her. Uzma Iftikhar already bowled 5. She's got 1. And Akshita Rao in her 5 has got 2 wickets. So the spinners, as we mentioned, as we expected, very crucial. Much better from Nadia Gruny on this occasion. Rotating the strike.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why they've got that fielder in Mahika Cantanala in quite so close. the closer the fielder is to the batter, the easier it is to hit past them. And when you've got a sweeper out on the other side, it's, you know, pretty easy to get that single. There's no pressure on the batter at all. Now, however, is absolutely perfect. They've brought up their sweeper, put a bit of pressure on the new batter. Just patted away. Good areas here again from Uzma Iftikhar.
Yeah, Uzma Iftikhar. Sort of, if you're Sindhu Sriharsha, Julia, how do you go about, do you sort of, because they're bowling so well in tandem, try to, you know, end both of their spells, sort of go straight through on the trot and get those 20 overs in? Or do you sort of keep back some for maybe the end of the innings where you never know what could happen at that stage?
Yeah, you do tend to, you've got to always keep in mind what's happening towards the end of the innings. Generally before the game, you normally have players that have been identified, obviously players that are going to be able to finish for you, that are going to bowl in the depth, whether Uzma is that player. It's generally, I would say, not Akshatha Rao normally. She normally does bowl in those middle overs. But I would assume mostly what you're trying to do is have bowlers that are going to be able to bowl in particular areas, be hit to particular parts of the field that you can protect and really limit the boundaries. Again, I was just actually having a chat with Sarah Farouk from the Eastern team, and she was really worried about how she was going to be bowling at the end of an innings. And I said to her, if you're just going for ones at the end of an innings, you're trying to protect your boundaries. That's a good out. Obviously, any dots are fantastic as well, but generally you're doing your job if you're able to restrict the batters to just 6 runs and over at the end of an innings.
On the back foot. You can tell sort of Nadia Gruny may be getting a bit frustrated, but as a senior player, we would hope that sort of she can get out of this tough period by just spending time at the crease. End of 21 overs, Eastern Conference, 89 for 4. It's Akshata Rao continuing. So clearly, Sindhu Sriharsha, she's got her own way of doing things in terms of very happy to keep the pressure on. I like the field as well. Just the solitary field at the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, the overrate has certainly picked up since these two have been on. Really starting to fly through it now. You're talking before about who do you keep on, how do you keep the bowlers going constantly. We talk a lot about not doing double changes, which means having both bowlers finish at the same time. So you're constantly having 2 new bowlers on. So I'd assume at some stage Sindhu will have one of these bowlers finish their spell probably marginally before, and I'd assume it'll be Uzma Iftikhar to bring another bowler on at this end so that they can ensure that they know that Akshatha Rao's bowling very tightly at the other end, and you don't have 2 brand new bowlers being exposed to these batters. You want to be able to keep the pressure on at least at one end. Obviously, both ends is ideal. So that does give you a little bit of protection as well. So that, to me, I think Akshatha will probably bowl her 10 in a row here. And why wouldn't you? Obviously, that end as well. Bhumika bowling from that end today as well.
And the captain will not want her fielders to switch off. We have seen sort of since they haven't been able to take this wicket, not hearing much noise, from some of these fielders. But Akshata Rao, she doesn't really need any encouragement. She believes in her ability, always up for the occasion.
Yeah, she's got a good energy about her. Akshatha, despite being the second oldest Axe out there, she's very much a big kid at heart and very excited about playing the game. That's a pretty quick over there, and another nice economical one. She gets a high five from her keeper and Anika Colin.
Yeah, and when you're able to get through your over so quickly, also that can add to the pressure put on the batters in the middle. End of the 22nd over. It's 89 for 4.
Here's that change of bowler that we were talking about. Uzma Iftikhar has finished her spell. And Asani Vagela is coming back on to see if she can break this partnership.
She's clearly one that the skipper definitely likes a lot, because even after her initial expensive spell, she's still going back to her, trying to prize a wicket.
I've also just got word in that the big Bhumika Baraju is out for the rest of the match. She's injured herself, so there'll be one short in their batting lineup for the East. I did see her come off with a little bit of a knee injury. I'm sure it's not anything too serious, and hopefully she's just icing it up, knowing she's still got plenty of cricket ahead of her in the next week or so.
We hope she can have a speedy recovery. We want to rare this year, and those under-19 championships, remember, starting August 11th. Also brought to you by Sister Mortgage.
Now, I'm not sure about this field again. We know how strong Gruny is on that offside, but there is a lot of space behind point. She just needs to get a little tickle on this, and it's going to be 4 runs. So, to me, I'd be taking out probably that fine leg, and pushing her around to a deep third, just to give them a little bit of protection. You don't want a good ball that catches the edge going for 4, as opposed to a ball down leg.
Yeah, really credit to Isani Vaghela batting for all that time in the first innings, then bowled an initial spell. It was expensive, now she's back. Here's a relief in pressure. Really a loose delivery from Vaghela, and not what you want. To Nadia Gruny, who's really struggled in recent time. That will really do her comfort level a world of good.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. I think she's been sweating on that one for a while. Hasn't really seen the boundary rate for quite a while. As she pushes on to 42. Good innings from her. Much better areas there from Asani Vagela. Just wasn't quite completing her action before. Just needs to drive through with that back knee a little more to realign herself with the target. But stabilising nicely, Nadia Gruny and Moksha Chowdhury. Perfect areas, and that's where I'd again, Moksha's only been in for not too many. She's only on 7, and I'd be putting that slip back in. And this is where the game, the 50 over game, I think people just tend to go through the motions a little bit too much sometimes. Nothing more annoying when the ball gets nicked and you've got no slip there.
No third in place either. Disappointed with that, Asani Vaghela. So they only need 4 runs, actually less than 3.5 runs per over at this stage, with the 94 runs required from 27.1 overs. So you can't really afford to be giving away any boundary balls at this stage. Already 5 coming from this over. That target, only 188. Making her reach this time. Straight to point. Thought the single may have been still on.
The single was absolutely on at that stage. And sometimes, you know, when you've been out there and you haven't quite got the strike, you do tend to just nod off a little bit. And we want our batters to make sure that they're ready every single time. Pushing a batter behind a fielder behind the wicket to their left when they're a right-handed fielder is pretty much a single every single time. So we need to make sure that we're capitalising on those. Just another one to note down in the diary.
Yes, we know you've got your note, but out. End of 23 overs, 95 for 4. Looks to be stick the pole into the attack. Interesting, no Akshita Rao.
Yeah, we were talking about the double change before, and she's done exactly that. Would have loved to have seen Akshafa just on for another over. Snigdha has been bowling beautifully, admittedly.
And if you're Nadia Gruny, you must be breathing a sigh of relief, given because Akshita Rao really caused some problems bowling into her. So I think she'll be very happy she was able to weather the storm of Rao. However, she does have 4 overs remaining in her spell. May have been sort of a tactic by Sriharsha, given that both of these spinners have both 6 overs apiece. Maybe keeping those 8, maybe for the last 10, who knows? Gruny wanted a wide there. Umpire wasn't interested.
Yeah, Snigdha Paul, maybe, I think she just recognised there that she knows how strong Gruny is off that back foot. Just tried to get a little fuller, try to drag her out. Trying to get her on that front foot. Very nicely bowled. Good tactics here. From the West, they've identified those strengths of Gruny. Nice and full and straight seems to be the ploy.
Yeah, Nadia Gruny is actually unbelievable. She was 32 from 31 deliveries. She was really middling them and playing easily. This one was down to the boundary. Won't get there. But more runs for Gruny. So definitely the pressure coming off of her. Moving closer to that half century. You can see here Nadia Gruny. Just to 45 and 69 deliveries. She's taking her time. But it's what's required, especially with wickets going down around her. That current run rate still over 4. And the required still less than 3.5. So no need to panic at this stage. A lot of batting to come as well.
Yeah, Snigdha Paul's shown some great economy with her bowling. You think at the same time they've left out Suhani Thadani as well, and she bowled beautifully the other day. So imagine the 2 of them bowling, 1 at each end, and then you've got Akshatha Rao and Isma Iftikhar at each end. It's a pretty strong attack as they're sort of getting into the T20 series after today.
That's for sure. And I think the Western Conference here, they'll look at this situation as we end the 24th over and say if they can get the wicket of Gruny, you've got 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. This game could be very well back on. End of 24, 96 for 4. Well, you know, they say commentators, we've always got that, you know, Spider-Man sense. We were just maybe an hour or 2 ago speaking about leg spinners and the lack of. And you mentioned Lassia Mullapudi. Who's got the ball in hand?
Ironically enough, it is Lassia Mullapudi. I think this is a great move by Sindhu Sriharsha. A little risky. She is part-time. She's still learning the art, but at the same time, she's setting a pretty strong field. Nadia Gruny's been looking reasonably comfortable against most of the bowlers. Great start, straight on the mark. And nearly puts up a catch first ball from Moksha Chowdhury. Mahika Kandanala lurking there, mid-wicket.
Interesting. I like this option though. Sriharsha clearly seeing that spin being the preferred option at this point. Oh, there we go. Bit of a loosener.
Yeah. Not a best ball. Needs to still keep working on that side on, being stronger with that front shoulder. Tending to just try and bowl too much with her bowling arm, which probably sounds interesting to most people, but you want to do a lot of the work with that front arm. Colin just a little fumble down leg off the pads. That'll be a leg by, but has to do the chasing.
Yeah, you can see what you mean in terms of that left arm. You want to use that for aim accuracy.
It's also really good for, in fact, getting you through your action as well. So it's got such an important role, that front arm.
Have a close look at it. Yeah, comes out the side of the hand nicely. Really is something that, Judy, I think could be an asset. You know, if you guys do decide to develop that over time. Remember last year, Mulapudi only 16 years old, so much time left in her short career thus far. Had to wait on that one there, Nadia Gruny. And knowing the type of player Mulapudi is, she'll be so happy that she's got this opportunity after not being able to execute with bat in hand to now make an impact in this game with the ball.
It's really nice. You can see that Nadia Gruny is very watchful. Mulapudi for a while in the bowling.
Halfway through this.
A loss of wickets and not just before the 30th over. And Snigdha Paul to continue. She's been miserly today.
You know, I know you do it professionally, but here to do it in front of some of the people that you train every single day.
Well, I've been struggling saying her name, so apologies to her. And I also said the other day that Sindhu Sriharsha missed a stumping, which she didn't. So I'm taking that back now, Sin. She was very upset that I said she had big swing and an edge over the top. This is where you want to keep turning the screws on these players here, what's going to need to work on, and particularly on individuals over game.
Nadia, actually,
Yeah, she seems to have a bit of a do for the moment. Just drops that front elbow a lot. Going to play a lot squarer than she is. We got the score at
101, 20.63 the required rate. And here's a look at how things have gone thus far with the bat for the Eastern Conference.
you could.
Usually about 200 and something apiece.
Back live here at the Broward County Stadium. Apologies for technical issues we had there, but great to be back, providing coverage. And in the interim, the Women's Eastern Conference in a pretty comfortable position at this stage. Nadia Gruny finds the boundary again, and with that boundary goes to 50. A superb half century from her. The way she started was well on top. Lost the way through the middle when the Eastern Conference was under pressure. However, she's been able to really put up a fight and lead her team from the front. Excellent knock from her. And now it's put her team in a pole position to go on to win this game.
Yeah, it's exactly the reason you have someone like Nadia Gruny in your team. Good experience, got off to a bit of a flyer and then just get bogged down a little bit. But to her credit, she's managed to battle on, start to accelerate again, and now she's got a well-deserved 50.
73 runs now to get a victory. Just need to go at under 4 runs and over, so should be easy going at this stage. Just the 2 overs of Lasia Mulapudi, just going for 6 runs. She does have the ball in hand. Is that sort of where you would go if you were captain, Judith?
Well, probably not now, although she has been bowling quite tight. I think, to me, I'm glad they've brought back on Akshatha Rao. They've got to keep that pressure back on. Obviously, that's certainly not how you put the pressure on. And it's a no ball as well, and that's going to run for 4. So a free hit to Moksha Chowdhury, and that's certainly not what you want. Sometimes these free hits, Moksha Chowdhury's just been sort of scratching around a little bit, hasn't been able to find the middle of the bat, 14 off 41. And I think this may be sometimes getting the free hit is what really breaks the shackles and it just gets them motoring. And the West certainly don't need that at this stage. They want to keep them nice and tight. So to me, I probably would have gone back to a bowler that's keeping things nice and tight. It would have been good if you, in fact, could have swapped ends with Snigdha Paul, brought her on at this end with Akshatha Rao at the other end. And to me, really keep the screws on. Snigdha Paul's probably someone that they're looking at, though, to finishing off those final overs if they get that deep.
Using her feet in the air and out. Erica Ridley, she doesn't drop many. Oh, was that a free hit?
That was the free hit. You've done it like Akshatha Rao. Well done. welcome to the game.
We're all humans. Erica Ridley, she caught that so enthusiastically. You know, I really thought she had got the wicket nonetheless.
Yeah, nicely run there. Just pushing it to the right of Uzma Iftikhar at short cover, really. They've got a deep, their sweeper is like an extra cover. Not sure exactly what's happening with that field.
I think it was so interesting to see in those back-to-back deliveries. Firstly, for the free hit, Nadia Gruny using her feet, trying to go over the top, was caught, but of course being the free hit. Then the next delivery, almost identical area in terms of the line it pitched, and she just knocked it down the ground and got 1. That's sensible because you only need 70 more runs for victory. So clearly aware of the situation. That's what you expect from your experienced players.
Yeah, just a over pitch ball again from Lasia Mulapudi down to the deep square fielder. The fact that we haven't seen Nadia Gruny hit too many down. I know it's something she's been working on, but certainly hitting nice and straight back over the bowler's head. It sort of gave her a bit of a look at one there, a bit of a free hit, literally, to be able to see how she's feeling. Can she hit one down the ground? She's been out there for a while. Now she's swept that nicely. Not sure if she's going to be able to chase that one down. And just got her timing completely wrong there and her angles. And it's another boundary to Gruny. Really nice sweep there.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a big over for the Eastern Conference already. Would have got 8 runs prior to that boundary. So this could be sort of a change in tide in terms of this one may just be out of the reach. Of course, cricket is a funny game, so you never know. But now the Eastern Conference, they're extremely close. They've got wickets in hand, still 6 wickets. And I think the captain, Singhu Sriharsha, has a very interesting decision to make now with Akshita Rao having 3 overs remaining. When do you go to those 3?
Well, I mean, you've really got to make sure that you're breaking this partnership. They do have. I'm having a little mini break now with drinks being, or is this an actual big proper drinks break? I think it might be, with the drinks being run out. So sometimes it's a good. This could actually help the fielding team having that mental break, really sort of changing the concentration of those of the batting team. It looks like it's just a bit of a mini break. It's
umpire is still in position, so clearly.
Yeah, I'd probably be looking at bringing Akshata on as soon as possible. She knows she's the wicket taker. The batting team will probably just look to see her out, but to me, I think they need to get her on there as soon as possible. Probably see if they can sneak another couple of overs out of Snigdha Paul, but at least keep a couple that she might be able to finish off the innings if they get that deep as well. We've also got Giovanna Aris in there. Probably wasn't looking too threatening when she first bowled, but she does offer something slightly different. She can dig it in a little.
Well, here we go. Right on cue. Akshata Rao with the ball in hand. And can she, in these remaining 3 overs, get that breakthrough? She's already got 2 to her name. 2 scalps, that is. In the last 5 overs, 26 runs, no wickets. Moksha Chaudhary, it's been slow going, but she's really molded this innings nicely. Just had to support Nadia Gruny. And we still go back to that over where that period of play where Gruny was really under pressure, unable to rotate the strike. Akshita Rao and Uzma Iftikhar were bowling in tandem. And Sindhu Sriharsha opted to take both of them out of the attack. We saw that double change. Could that be detrimental to the chances of the Western Conference? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's a good question. A really good take as well by Anika Colan down leg. Just a little off target there was Akshata Rao. Yeah, she's back on target. Good turn. She's just looking dangerous. You know, I'd nearly love to see someone even get under the lid, maybe put a bit of pressure, get underneath or in the eye line of the batter. And again, we don't see that too much in the 50 over game anymore, but I think it'd be really, with the ball turning this much, could put a lot of pressure, particularly on Moksha Chaudhary. Good defensive shot, keeping that ball out. Pretty sure the batters know that Rao is the danger woman.
And sort of at this stage, Julia, do you sort of knowing that Akshata Rao is the threat, this one goes through square leg, misfield, so they should get to quite easily. Knowing that she is the threat, do you sort of, because you have so much time on hand, only need 3 runs and over, basically just 60 more to get, do you sort of watch her out and make sure you don't give her a wicket in these 3 overs?
I think the idea is what you should be doing is playing it like you're in gear 1. So you're very watchful. You're only playing your cautious shots. You're not playing any sort of low percentage shots because you don't want to completely shut up shop, because sometimes that can have the reverse effect or adverse effect. In fact, that it actually plays into the bowler's hands, particularly someone who's spinning it that much.
Really is a joy to see her go about her craft. Akshata Rao, you mentioned being the leading wicket taker at the 2019 World Cup qualifiers. And I'm sure she'll be looking towards the other World Cup qualifiers that we were speaking about. You mentioned the regional qualifiers coming up to also dominate proceedings there. These surfaces tend to spin. And she's showing, even on pitches that aren't known to favor spinners, she's still been able to extract purchase. That was a chance, and a chance of a run out too. Erica really, well, it's not very smart to run on her arm, I can tell you.
Well, I mean, it was a half chance, really. It was just bounced in front of Erica, and they took on that quick single. So I think that's one of what you'd call a brain explosion, I think, from Moksha Chaudhary. She'd been doing such a good job keeping out Akshata, looking really solid in defence. And then suddenly, 2020 mode, I've just got to hit this and run. So little sniff there for the West.
As the head coach, Julia, you had 2 half centuries today. How fitting is that in terms of in the final 50 over game, sort of showing the growth of how things have happened throughout the 3 days.
Yeah, it's been good. I think they both have timed their innings very well, played to what the situation required. Particularly Nadia, she's gone through a few sort of lulls and highs throughout this, but ridden it out, and that's what you want to see. You want to see that little bit of fight. You want to see that battle, and the same with Hassani Vigala. I keep getting her name wrong. I don't know what's wrong with me. Vigala. She, came in under huge amounts of pressure with the team at 7 for 63 and managed to get a 100-run partnership. As we've mentioned quite a few times. So to me, that's what you want to do. You want to see players performing under pressure when they're put in situations like this. They're trying to save it for their team. And what she's done is actually stretched out this game. The West is still in this, even though the East are looking pretty good at the moment. The West are still in this at the moment.
Yeah, you would think if they can break this partnership, well, still some runs to get. But credit to Nadia Gruny. She's really led from the front, been there from the onset, ball number 1, and has steered this ship like any leader would. Uzma Iftikhar back into the attack. So the last game, Mullapuddy's 1-over spell comes to an end. Goes over the top. Chance of a catch. And dropped. How crucial could that be? She had to sort of catch that over the umpire.
Yeah, and not that I'm in ahead at the moment, but I'd say that might have drifted off for a second there. It's not the sort of shot that you're expecting. However, from someone like Moksha Chowdhury, that's definitely what she's been doing. She has been hitting very square today. Uzma Iftikhar at this end has been really copping it. So to me, whoever's in that position when Moksha's on strike is in the hitting zone. So a real missed opportunity there for the West. That could be another game changer. There's been a few of those today.
Yeah, Uzma Iftikhar, she'll want to use all of her experience, the know-how that she has to try and break this partnership. Just takes one good delivery. But again, Nadia Gruny, so good at just finding the gaps.
Well, she's good at finding the gaps because they've got Hassani Vigala way too close in there. They just need to pull her back. No one's dropping and running. No one's doing that. So they can give themselves a little bit more space. So she's got a bit more time laterally to be able to get that ball. When you're in as close as you are, you've got only about 1.5 meters each side max that you're going to actually be able to stop the ball. The further you come back, the more time you've actually got to get around that ball and prevent the single.
Full toss. Really fancy that. Did Moksha Chowdhury, but she hasn't really been able to find her timing. And it's already been a difference in approach between the two teams. We saw a top order collapse when the Western Conference batted, winning the toss, batting first this morning. And from 60 for 7, they recovered to 187. But now the Eastern Conference opting to do things the easy way, as they should. And just building from the top, thanks to Nadia Gruny. What a knock it's been. 59 from 92 deliveries. Definitely a candidate for the Sistar Mortgage Player of the Match.
You can just see that the West are just lagging a little, not running between wickets quite as enthusiastically, and that's a sure sign of knowing that the batting team is on top at the moment. Just got to lift their heads a little bit. They're still very much in this, and this is where the wicketkeeper, as young as she is, and Nika Colan needs to really rally the troops. As the wicketkeeper, you're central to that. You're running through, being nice and vocal. You just need to... There's a few teapots out there from the look of it.
53 more runs required for victory. 17 overs, plenty of time. That won't be an issue. And the longer Nadia Gruny stays in the middle, the more and more this game will feel like it's slipping away out of the hands of the Western Conference. Remember, they're leading this series 1-0, so this is a crucial game for both these teams. If the Western Conference can win it, they win the series. If the Eastern Conference win it, well, so even Steven. This one in the air, leading edge, and just too short for Erica Rinley. Sorry, Rindler. I'm not sure.
That's all right. I can't really talk. I've had a few shockers myself with surnames. But again, you can see that there's still that sniff. Every time Akshatha Rao's there, something's happening all the time. And it looks like Erica Rendler is constantly in the line for that catch there. A lot of players getting front edges, trying to hit and run on her. Yeah, very much across the line. Just losing her shape completely again, going way square. You could nearly take out your mid-on and cram up a few other places, put some pressure on her in other ways. Moksha Chowdhury just losing a top hand a lot.
Without giving away too much, Julia, as the head coach of this USA women's team, in case we have any opposition listening, how do you expect to sort of use Akshita Rao in these big tournaments when you do play that elite level cricket?
I think exactly how she's being used today. I think Sindhu Srihasha has used her in perfect situations. She's, when the batters are being set, she's bringing them on, bringing Akshatha on just to make sure that she's really keeping the pressure on. Again, I would like to see that little bit more attack with regards to having someone maybe under a helmet. Again, the other point is that not many people have had too much practice under a helmet either. So whether that would be useful at all, but at the same time, I think it's a good skill to have, and I think the way that she's been used, whether she would have bowled the full 10 in a row, I probably would have continued with that. They really needed to make sure that they could keep the pressure on, keep this going into the 40th over. At the moment they're sort of churning them out, getting there pretty easily. And they needed to make sure that they put a bit of scoreboard pressure on them by restricting those runs, getting that dot ball pressure and opportunities where possible. Good feet there from Nadia Gruny.
Sorry, Julia. Our analyst, Dhruv, tells me that Nadia Gruny's been at the crease for 2 hours and 2 minutes. Surely you must be happy with that temperament.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we want to see, and that's what we haven't really seen a lot of because we haven't played a lot of the 50-over games. This is why these championships from the Sister Mortgage Women's National Championships and our entire domestic pathway, in fact, are so important so that girls get the opportunity of being out of bat for long periods of time, being able to bowl longer spells, and that's exactly what we want to see. So very, very happy with how Nadia Gruny's batted today. And quite a few of our players over the last couple of days, and it's great that we've been able to have this 50-over series.
Ends the over, and the Eastern Central Conference in this Sister Mortgage Women's 2021 Championships getting very close. Less than 50 required now. Just at 3.06 runs per over. It'll be very interesting. 3 overs of spin in terms of between Iftikhar and Rao remain. It's 139 for 4. In terms of how things have gone thus far, you credit Nadia Gruny and her innings, the way she's been able to go about the structure of this run chase. 62 from 95 deliveries. Nadia Gruny being from Trinidad and Tobago, one of the more experienced players in this Eastern Central Conference team. She has opened the batting in that World Cup Qualifiers tournament, so she's played at the international level for a number of years now and really showing her quality in this run chase. 49 more for victory. Here comes Uzma Iftikhar trying to prize the wicket for the Western Conference. You can tell sort of how much she's grown in confidence at the crease, Gruny. Now it's really easy for her to find those gaps, and it's forced Sindhu Srihasha to have to put fielders at the boundary.
Yeah, it's nearly at the case where you're just happy to give Nadia Gruny the one. They've found it really difficult to get her out. And what they need to do now is just focus on Moksha Chowdhury. Probably think they just need to be a little more attacking with her. They need to take these wickets. I'd probably lose the fielder that's down at deep mid-wicket. She hasn't really played too much down there. I'd be putting in a slip or a gully at least. Have someone, just in her eye line, just going to put a bit of extra pressure on her.
Yeah, and even though she's been there for 57 deliveries, she hasn't really found the middle of the bat with great regularity. So we've sort of seen it with other players as they'll get some overthrows. Not great cricket, but we've sort of seen it with other players during the day being put under pressure by the dot balls. So you need to find a way to break this partnership, because at this stage, these two came together when they were just 79. The score is on 79 now, 140 for 4.
Yeah, and I think that was quite telling then with the overthrow and both fielders missing it, not anyone wanting to hit the deck. I mean, I know that for a fact that the hotel is doing their laundry, so there's no reason why they shouldn't be hitting the ground.
Julia's her notebook is being written out, both the mental and physical one after that.
And again, there's another piece of fielding where no one's hitting the deck. There've got to be some desperation. You've got to do something special now to break this partnership. They're doing a fantastic job from the East. You've got to do something to change the game. You've got to lift. I would have loved to have heard what was said in that little mini drinks break that they just had, again, by the captain. She should be revving them up. You've got to get someone. You've got to get someone in there who's going to drive this to make the difference. Lift that team.
I think next broadcast we have, Julia, we have to get some stump mics and do the whole listening in, just to see where, you know, some of the strategy is.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Let's see if the budget does as well. Can't pierce the gap in the offside. You know, Moksha Chaudhary, she's been an instrumental part of this partnership. Yes, she's contributed actually more runs than Nadia Gruny to the partnership, 29, all of her runs, and Gruny contributing 28. But I like the fact that even though, you know, it hasn't been the easiest of goings, she's still stuck it out and sort of stuck there with Nadia Gruny. And when you're only chasing 188, you can afford to do that. Take your time and get in.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing the situation as it is. It's perfect at the moment. They don't need to take these risks. They don't need to get 3 and over. At the moment, they're just ticking that over. And I'm assuming the discussion between them is, you know, if we get 1-4 per over, you know, we're at our run rate. We don't have to do anything crazy. Or just push around our 3 singles. There's plenty of options. West are throwing away a few runs here and there with their overthrows and not backing up and misfields. So it's a perfect opportunity to put the pressure back on that team because they've got no pressure on them at the moment.
Well, here comes Akshata Rao in her final over. What a spell it's been. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 24. Going at under 3 runs and over. Really has been the standout. If I had an extra system mortgage player of the match, I would give it to her. Win or lose, because she's been sensational the way she's gone about this spell. Gruny using her feet. Chance of a catch. And dropped again. Was low. Did stay low on that mid-on fielder, but I'm very shocked at that shot selection from Nadia Gruny.
It was a bit of a tired shot, I think. And the other problem is I think the fielder was outside the circle. I'm not sure why they weren't on the circle as an infielder. She's even now still not on the boundary. It's that midway position. I'm not sure what that is, but she needs to either be on the circle or on the boundary.
I just wonder, as this one nicely into the gap, should get 2 good running. I just have to wonder if Nadia Gruny, who's now on 66, do you think she's fancying that 100?
No, I do not. She is struggling out there. She is pretty hot and tired, but still doing a great job. She just needs to see out Rao.
Yeah, and given the threat that we did see from Akshata Rao, that's why it was so flabbergasted to see that initial shot coming from the first delivery of the over, using her feet, trying to go over the top. She survives, though.
Well, she's the Florida local here too, so she's got no excuse. She should understand what this weather's like. Mind you, probably spends a fair chunk of that time indoors in air conditioning as well.
And gone. Akshata Rao, this is what she does. Changes the game. Coming across her stumps. And unable to get any bat on it. Misses a straight one. That's a big wicket. Could it be game on?
Well, that was a very tired shot. There was a lot of exhaustion there. We haven't really seen her play any really rash shots except for that over. You know, she played the one to mid-on, just fell short of the mid-on fielder, and then walked inside of that one, T20 style, and exposed her stumps to be bowled by Akshatha Rao. And a well-deserved wicket from Akshatha Rao. But what an innings then from Nadia Gruny. Hung in there for a long time. Finished on 64. Off 98, so has put her team in a fantastic position, and she's now replaced by Holly Charles, which I really can't wait to see that. She doesn't really know too many other ways than just whacking it, Holly, and she does play nice and straight, but fantastic effort there from Nadia, and she's congratulated by captain in Shibani Basker as she leaves the field.
Well, a big wicket, but as you said, credit to Nadia Gruny, because if her team goes on to win this, you would expect her to be the System Mortgage player of the match. She really, being there from ball one, batting over 2 hours, takes some mental temperament. Akshatha Rao, though, we mentioned how impressive she's been. And if the Western can somehow pull this back, good luck deciding, Judy. I'm not sure who makes that call, but between Isani Bahegla, who obviously put in that phenomenal contribution with the bat in hand, but now Akshatha Rao, she's now got her 3rd wicket. Still got a couple of deliveries remaining in this spell as well.
Yeah, it will be a tough one. Sunny Vagela got 62 off 76 balls. And we've got Nadia Gruny there, 64 off 98 balls. And then we've got Akshatha Rao, 3 for 27 off, in her last over. It's still 2 balls to get. She may still get another 2 wickets. You never know.
Or a hat trick.
She has managed to get out the key batters as well, which is, again, what you want your number one spinner doing.
Right, Holly Charles comes to the middle. She's got that West Indian flair about her in match number 2 before rains came.
We've got 2 players back still, which is, I did mention that she does like to play in a T20 sort of style. Oh, inside edge, is it?
Interesting that fielder at cow corner. I'm not sure.
I think any of those fielders that are out at the moment, I think, she's just walked to the crease. She's got no pressure on her again. Field out, you can just drive one straight down the ground to the off spinner. I really think they need to rethink this. If West are going to get back on top, they've got to change the momentum. They've got to get this shift. They need the double wicket.
Excellent delivery and an excellent spell from Akshatha Rao. She's really been on top of her game today. Rounds out her 10 overs, 3 wickets, 27 runs. And if the Western do get back into this and win this game, well, they'll have Akshatha Rao to thank.
Yeah, it's been a super spell from her. And also assisted by Uzma Iftikhar at this end. And Snigdha Paul has also been amazingly good today. And again, I would assume that Sindhu Sriharsha is keeping her for that sort of death end of the bowling, trying to drag this out as long as they can. We're in the 37th over. Coming up now, go to Uzma. We're just speaking about her bowling at this end. Be curious to know who she's going to replace Akshatha Rao at the other end.
Yeah, that will be an interesting call for the captain, Sindhu Sriharsha, to make. Fancy some leg spin at this stage?
No, I wouldn't think so. I think that they've sort of experimented a little bit. And generally those part-timers you want to use in those middle overs when you sort of get in that little bit of cruise mode. Now we're getting back into the, the big girls' time when you've got to get your good bowlers on, your number one bowlers. And she's found a little bit of space there. Good chase here from Lasya Malapati. Nearly loses the glasses and gets that ball in. Good energy getting shown there.
Yeah, and you look at sort of the bowling card and how things have went for the Western Conference. Mahika Kandanala, we've only seen 2 overs from. She's an option. Jivana Aras as well was so good with the bat in hand. She's also only bowled 2. Isani Vaghela, we know her to be sort of an option. Look at this craftiness coming from Chaudhary. So she's definitely turning it on a bit. Chance of a run out. Wow, she was very nonchalant to get back in her crease there. Obviously, very comfortable. But, yeah, getting back to my point, Vaghela could be an option as well. Even though she's gone over 8 runs and over, Sindhu Sriharsha really seems to like her as a bowling option in terms of that wicket-taking ability that she has.
Yeah, I'd definitely be looking at Jivana Aris and also Mahika Kandanala. And you can actually probably split their overs at the same time You know, they don't have to bowl all of their overs. Uzma Iftikhar's just bowled one over the shoulder or over the waist on the full for a no ball. They get 2 runs off it and the free hit. So nothing seems to be going quite right for the Western team. But I definitely think finishing off Snigdha Paul's still got 4 overs. So she's an absolute definite. This is Uzma Iftikhar's last over as well. So she's going to have to bowl, I would say, if she can, get a few overs out of Javana, maybe bowl another couple of overs from that far end. Finish off Uzma here, followed by Mahika, and then bring in Snigdha Paul to finish at the other end for 4 overs. It's always interesting trying to work out how you're going to bring your bowlers back on and which overs they're going to bowl and counting back all the time. Just pushing that field out for Holly. It's amazing. She's been out there for 2 balls and they've got her out like it's a like she's going to slog for the end of a T20 game.
Clearly has a reputation. And there we go. That's why she got connected with that. Could have seen the first 6 of the series.
Well, it probably did need to be hit, but I think she just hit it the wrong direction. Well, tried to hit it the wrong direction. There's plenty of space out there for an easy single out to the... And that's what she needs to do at the moment. She doesn't need to have those big hits. Only need 3 and over. Hit that out. That's a free hit. Got to get something on that, on those free hits.
Yeah, one thing about Holly Charles is she definitely times the ball. Has so much strength behind each shot. And work to be done in the deep. So 150 coming up as well for this Eastern Conference. Should go on to win this game with 5 wickets in hand, requiring 37 runs. I definitely think it's Snigdha Paul time. It's now or never, Julia.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Do you just try and squeeze out a couple from a few other people, or do you bring on your number 1 bowlers and have to finish if you happen to get through it? Do you have to finish with your bowlers that haven't maybe bowled as much? There's another free hit there. Hasn't been called, though.
Well, she used her feet, advanced down the track. That could possibly be why. Not really, unlike Uzma Iftikhar, uncharacteristic of her, those couple of loose deliveries, but nonetheless, a good spell from her as well. Getting the 1 wicket and only going for 42 runs. They need wickets. That's going to be the crucial thing. End of 37. It's 154 for 5.
So it does look like it's going to be Snigdha Paul. Sindhu Sriharsha, she wants to make this as hard as possible right now. She wants this wicket early. Snigdha's been fantastic today with her bowling. Very, very tight, stump to stump. Currently bowled a 6 overs, none for 16. So only 2.7 runs and over. Still got a couple of fielders out at long on and mid-wicket.
I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but the weather, oh, beautiful. I think I should go to the beach today.
Well, I think we need to talk about the weather because we've been talking about the weather so negatively over the last few days. While the sun is shining, let's talk about it. And it's really cooking this, not only the players but also this pitch. I think it's getting better and better as the day's going on, and we've still got plenty of cricket left over the weekend as well.
Yeah, this sun will do wonders for this surface. Already it seems to be good for batting. I expected the Western Conference to maybe get up to 220 at one stage, the way they were going with Isani Vaghela and Aras at the crease in that 103-run partnership. However, the bowlers of the Eastern Conference struck back. Anika Kumar got 3 wickets in that innings. She could be a candidate as well, but I don't think what she's been able to do can outlast the contribution of Nadia Gruny. That's 68 at the top of the order. Who makes that decision, Julia?
Well, the votes are actually by both coaches and also a combined vote from the umpires. Just a 3-2-1.
Oh, coming across. Innovation from Holly Charles. Gets into the boundary. If she can stay there, well, this game could be over very quickly. She's just that type of player.
I do love watching Holly play. She's such a cricketer. She just knows how to bat. Her bowling was outstanding as well today. She hit a big 6 in the regionals at Morrisville for the East to get them over the line. She hit a 6 in the last over to have East have their first win over the Southeast and Central region. So she has the potential also to be that all-rounder. Such a good athlete.
Well, Snig DePaul is supposed to be that sort of death option for this team. Much better playing on that occasion. Yeah, she's supposed to be that go-to option for Sindhu Sriharsha, but Holly Charles clearly not phased by any of that. Took her straight to the boundary.
Yeah, just lost her length a little bit there. She's got to just keep focusing on good rhythm. Where the field's set at the moment, you probably could just bowl it a little sort of more of a fourth stump line or at off stump, just in case she's going to swing and miss. She's gone for the big swing again there. The corrected shot after it.
Yeah, that left leg coming way more across in the follow-up shot. So she's aware. And you look at what's on the offside, no field at the boundary, a big gap staring at her through cover and extra cover. And as I say that, cover goes back on the boundary. So for the first time in this series, maybe, you've got 4 fielders on the boundary.
Well, it's a good plan. It's the last ball of the over. They're trying to protect and get out of this over. If she can finish with a dot, they'll be extremely happy. A great effort there from Snig DePaul. There must be still... Nope, that's the end of that over. So, well bowled, bar that one ball. Slight error in length. West inch that little bit closer to the 188. Still 30 runs to get.
Yeah, for the Eastern Conference, 30 to get from 12 overs. It's 158 for 5.
Okay, so Mahika Kandanala is who it's going to be. Did bowl quite well, in fact, in her only her 2 overs, none for 8 from her 2. Again, good, nice straight lines for her. Stump to stump. I still think they need to just squeeze a little bit more here. And they only need 2.5 and over.
Yeah, and even to the Holly Charles, I know she has that power hitting ability. Really can cause serious wrath when she's at the crease and carnage. This one into the vacant fine leg region. Should run into the boundary. Not where you want to be to start your spell from Mahika Kandanala. But you're only defending 30 runs, so you need to take wickets. Not great from Kandanala.
And the other option is just making sure that field is exactly right. If they know that she's going to be bowling at those stumps, they do need to have a fine leg in place. And potentially even, I haven't seen Moksha Chowdhury backing away yet. So to me, I'd nearly be bringing up that offside, bowling straight at those stumps and getting her to try and hit inside out or back away at least to expose the stumps to try and do something a little bit more high risk, something that she hasn't been doing.
On the stumps again, this time straight to the mid-wicket field. Interesting to see a cow corner in place. I haven't seen Moksha Chowdhury hit any ball in that area. It will take some getting if she does.
Yeah, I think if we had a look at her wagon wheel today, it would be pretty much a thick black line to that sort of square area, square, backward square. But again, they've also got a short fine in, which nearly is a bit of a waste of time. It's got to go straight to them or it's just going to go straight past them. So perfect areas. Mahika Kandanala. Oh, Moksha Chowdhury backing up a long way. They've hit that. Direct hit. Great throw from point. But given not out. That's Chetna Prasad. Thought that was a little closer than he gave it credit for. I thought a bat might have been in the air.
Yeah, she could have been in trouble here. If you look at the replay. May have just caught it down in time. The umpire has the best view in the house, of course. Goes big again, Holly Charles. I really want to see a 6. I know we'll probably get some action in the T20 phase of this series, but I think, you know, Holly Charles may fancy herself to go big. Only 60-meter boundaries.
Well, I think that length for Holly is a good length that Mahika just bowled it then. It was, you know, fuller length, which makes it difficult for Holly to get under. So it sort of lessens the blow a little so that she can't actually maximise off the ball. Yeah, it's great areas there from Mahika Cantanella. They've got to bring up their sweeper on that offside. And I think they also need to move that short fine as well. Might as well
bring everyone in. Just bring everyone.
Well, you may as well put her back because she's going to stop the boundary if it does go past her. So to me, it's just a little bit of a wasted position. She's not going to be stopping the single there at 45. Good girl. Sorry, that was me coaching.
Chance of a run out. So, Moksha Chowdhury has been very important since the wicket of Nadia Gruny, sort of just making sure no panic sets in. She's got Holly Charles at the other end, and more drinks coming onto the field.
Oh, it's they're certainly going to be well hydrated, these girls. The 12th, 13th, and 14th for both teams have probably nearly spent as much time out in the middle as the actual playing team.
I think I need some of that water up here as well. Gonna have to make a call.
It is fantastic, though, that we'll be able to get the full quota of overs in today. No rain reduced games here.
Yeah, roughly around the 50 over mark. But it's still great to see, you know, that you have these female cricketers being exposed to this amount of cricket.
Snigdha Paul continuing at the far end. Down. So just squeezes that one out square again. Hasn't quite hit one right out of the screws yet today, Moksha Chowdhury, but has been battling along out there, and that's also what we do like to see. It's sometimes there are some days that things just don't go for you, and it's good that she hasn't just thrown a wicket away. She's still working hard despite it probably not coming off as exactly how she would like. She's moved to 39.
Goes down the ground again, Holly Charles. And I actually want to see Holly Charles maybe in a bit earlier, just to see how she would operate. Does she still go with this hard-hitting ability? Obviously, with just 20, roughly around 20 runs to get, she can't afford to play it that 5 wickets in hand. But I'm eager to see, you know, in the event that she's got maybe 10, 20, even 30 overs to bat, does she sort of build her innings up to then go big at the end, or does she go big from ball one?
Well, either way, I think it's going to be fun to watch no matter what happens with Holly. And there's a shot from Moksha Chowdhury. She's chipped one over the top, just gets the one. But well fielded out in the deep by Lasia Malapati.
Well, what is this, Juliet? It seems like the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th have all heard our cries. Just been given a case of water, well, maybe about 24 bottles.
Well, we've got no excuses now. It's not being able to speak.
Is our commentary being played on the loudspeaker?
I think they can hear us downstairs. Big thanks to Asher Mosley, the physio, who's helping out all the teams today. Doing the drinks, running as well. Multitasking. So what they really need to do is someone who's a big hitter like Holly Charles, who goes hard at all the balls. You need to be changing your pace. You need to be bowling some variations, something that's going to unsettle her. And she may just accidentally hit one straight down someone's throat if she hasn't got her timing quite right. Beautifully played there by Moksha Chowdhury. She's just guided that nicely down to third. Wasn't really ever looking for the second. But smart play there. Plenty of space. I like the play there. We have spoken a lot about what is the best option for you to get runs. And obviously just using that pace behind the wicket when there's no one at third. Very smart play.
Yeah, that's for certain. Holly Charles, she'll want to finish this off for her team. Less than 20 runs required now. Just under 2 runs per over. Goes big again. Really goes very hard at each delivery. Definitely a West Indian, I can tell you that.
Absolutely. And tell you what, the backward square is getting an absolute workout today. I haven't seen that many balls go there pretty much ever in a game. So another good over, Snig to Paul. She's still got a couple up her sleeve. That's her 8, none for 25. 2 overs to go. Whether Sindhu Srihasha chooses to keep her on or keep changing, they've got to get something. They've got to get a wicket here. So now Mahika Kandanala continues from the commentator's end. Well bowled. Nicely played as well by Moksha Chowdhury. But no run there. I really like the fact that Mahika is attacking the stumps every time, keeping that in play. LBW bowled, as well as any sort of catching positions in front of the wicket. We have got a little bit of a ring field now. It has pushed back. No one seems to be taking the quick singles, the soft hand, drop and run.
Question for you, Julia. In terms of, I know that the seamers, the main focus is not really the pace, but if you had to pick one maybe being the quickest in this women's national setup, who would that be?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'd probably say it's either maybe Gitika Kadali would be one, and potentially Holly when she's coming off her full run. At the moment, she's got a little bit of a knee injury, so she's only coming off the short run. But she bowls what we'd call a heavy ball. So just does seem to hit the deck harder and also hit the batter harder, which can make it feel a lot quicker than it maybe is.
Well, she hits a heavy ball as well. When she hits it, it stays here. I'm just waiting for her to connect with one so I can get out of my seat. Because if it comes out the middle, it will easily clear this boundary. Well bowled, well executed Yorker there from Kandanala. As you said, challenging the stumps.
Yeah, she's not doing a whole lot with the ball at the moment, but I mean, the fact that she's just bowling nice and straight, stump to stump, and it's quite obvious that Moksha Chowdhury's not as confident of hitting the ball when it is bowled from on that stump line.
Goes across that one. Chowdhury, just get one.
Yeah, just a slight length change there and potentially just outside the off stump as well. So you just see Moksha Chowdhury just push back in a crease to be able to give herself a little bit of extra time to be able to play across that and generate some pace. Was hit though with the line that it was on straight out to the deep fielder. Sort of more of that cow corner, straight mid wicket.
Unable to connect. So end of the over. At the end of 41.9 remain. Should be a walk in the park from this stage. 17 more to get for the Eastern Central Conference to go 1-1 in this series.
Oh, we've got a change of bowler at the far end. Giovanna Aris has coming back on. Bowls a very good spell. None for 7 off her 2 overs earlier. Digs it in nice. Beautifully played. Clearly that's a favourite shot of Moksha Chowdhury. Just guiding it down to third, the vacant third position, and Chetna Prasad goes and does the fielding from backward point. But she's had to, Sindhu Sriharsha has made the decision to take Snigdha Paul off. She's been bowling pretty tightly, and I think it's the right option. I think you need to just keep changing it up. We've got to start playing this like it's a T20 game, not allow the batters to get settled. Keep challenging them all the time with different types of bowlers, and a lot of these batters wouldn't have seen Giovanna Aris before. Big swing, and the umpire has called that a wide.
Are you ready to bet your life savings, Julia, on the Eastern Conference getting over the line here?
I'm fairly confident they will get over the line.
Are you going to put your life savings on it?
Well, I don't know if I've got too many life savings. That's not a huge risk, really. But yes, I pretty much think I would. I think at the moment, even though I don't know if Giovanna Aris is intentionally meaning to bowl wide, but I would, to Holly Charles, I think you need to keep it out of that hitting zone.
What is the reach of point? Won't run into the boundary. Isani Vagela there.
And that was Chetna Prasad just dragging that one in. That's all good. Probably threw it back unnecessarily far to get that 2. Made good ground on it. Probably could have just picked it up. Maybe kept it to the 1. A good running again from Charles. Good swing. If they're going to bowl that wide, they really need to take out this short fine. Then it's not actually doing anything at the moment. Plug up that third position.
That left foot from Holly Charles, every time she plays the shot, the follow-up is always putting the left foot where it should be. So just about probably translating that into her cricket.
Yeah, I'd be, just to save the runs at the moment, I'd be having a third, taking out that short 45. Just in case she does get a little edge down there. You're just going to save the boundary. They've only got 2 out at the moment. Entitled to have 4. Oh dear, some footwork there from Mahika Kandanala. Absolutely throws it back into the bowler. He can't control it. Fortunately, it's backed up by the fielder at mid-on. Got a very wide long on, or a very straight, very, very straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, more looks to be like a cow corner because what a shot that is. Immense power from Holly Charles. Finally gets one out the middle of the bat. And no super in place at the boundary. Gets the 4 to carry the Eastern very close to things now. Just require 9.
Yeah, what I do like about the way that Holly bats is she doesn't really let scoreboard pressure change the way that she goes about the game. She just sees the ball, she hits the ball, and it's really nice to have a player in your team that does that.
Yeah, resounding victory. And what I think is good to notice about this the Eastern Conference team is even when that 103-run partnership, 8th wicket partnership developed for the Western, the heads may have dropped a bit, but they finished up the innings relatively quickly after breaking that partnership and didn't sort of go in with that psychological disadvantage. They went in high-spirited, and the way they started the innings with Nadia Gruny at the top sort of set the tone because it sort of showed the other batters that, it is easy to score. However, this Akshata Rao spell really pulled things back. But she only has 10 overs, so they did okay to mitigate that threat. And it was pretty much easy going from there. Moksha Chowdhury, 7 away from her half century. She deserves it the way she's batted. May have got some bat on that.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of bat on that. I'm not sure if that was a drop catch or not, but she's got the ball back in. She's had a ping at the stumps and hit, but Holly Charles is well in her crease by that stage, and I think it might have been one of those frustrating throws back when you've potentially put down a chance.
Well, we would expect the Eastern Conference to go 1-1 in this series, the final 50-over encounter. Unfortunate, given the level of cricket we've seen today, that we weren't able to get in all the overs in the other two games, the first one being washed out. The second was revised to a 20-over encounter for the Western Conference chasing. In the air, short of Candanala. But remember, the action is not all over, because tomorrow we start with the T20 portion of this series. These two teams back in action for 2 T20s tomorrow and 1 on Sunday. After seeing this, Julia, you must be excited for that.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I think the girls are as well. There's pretty long days in the field sometimes, these 50 overs. But yeah, like I mentioned, their T20 game is something that they know pretty well, very familiar with it, and they'll be very keen to get out there and hitting some balls around.
With all the international cricket coming up in terms of the T20 format, it'll be very important that you get some good performances in those games. And also the under-19 nationals coming the 11th to the 13th.
See what the East might do the West a little bit of a favour here by helping them out. They're way behind. They're about 7 overs behind in their over rate.
Full toss, trying to get the maximum. Holly Charles and dropped. Another catch going down. Not great. The head drops, and yeah, it's been that type of day for the West in the field. Haven't done themselves any favors.
No, it's a tough game sometimes, cricket, but you've got to find a way of staying in the game the whole time. The game can turn around pretty quickly.
And you've got to feel for Mahika Candanala. You know, she's created chances, but her fielders haven't really assisted her in that regard. Full toss again. Moksha Chowdhury unable to get the elevation. My eyes lit up when I saw that full toss. I really thought Holly Charles had got that one. I think she's livid. But this is a crucial knot as well from Holly Charles, because you never know at that stage when the wicket of Nadia Gruny went down. You could have had a spell where you lose 2 or 3 wickets. But Holly Charles putting her hand up. Crucial 17. And now just 7 runs required.
Correct. You look at this partnership, it's 36 runs off 43 balls, which is, 5 and over. Fantastic stuff from both of these two to really accelerate. And obviously that's been driven primarily by Holly Charles coming to the crease. And there she goes again, another big swing down the ground. This time straight to Chetna Prasad on the ground. She was the culprit of the drop catch just recently. Another good over there from Mahika Candanala, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for this West team. The East team only now requiring 7 runs. Plenty of time to get them as well.
End of the 43rd over. 1 hit away. 6 to win. It's 182 for 5.
Okay, Giovanna Aris to continue. Probably just not quite getting her length right at the moment for this type of bowling at the end here. I really like her length that she'd be bowling if she was bowling in the sort of the first 20 overs and maybe to new batters that are coming in, but at the last last overs, you really need to make sure you're getting it nice and full. That's much better. And a beautiful shot, as we mentioned before. Moksha Chowdhury loves that shot to third, using the pace of the bowler. Smart cricket. Should have run the 2 though.
Yeah, and I think the planning that we're going to the T20 matches is that you can't bowl wide to Moksha Chowdhury because she's so effective playing that shot. I don't even think they've got to field that third. So even after, a switch. They did have the third in place, but she's so good she manipulated it past that fielder. Right, Julia, 1 hit away now. Holly Charles. Comes off the edge. Doesn't have enough on it to go all the way. What do you think it is, though, with Holly Charles? Obviously, she has the intent to want to hit those big shots, but hasn't really got the maximum execution throughout this innings. Don't get me wrong, she's been very valuable in her 18. But what do you think is sort of that extra impetus to sort of get those boundaries she desires?
Well, I think at the moment she's staying nice and still, which is good. So she's got a good base to hit off, but she's actually just not getting close enough to the ball. She has a certain hitting zone. She does prefer the ball a little closer to her. So I think that's pretty much what's been happening. She's probably just getting a little stuck with her footwork. But you certainly can't criticise her her ambition to hit the ball hard. She's certainly swinging hard enough.
Yeah, and also good planning. As you see a single there from the Western Conference to purposely bowl wide outside that off stump, try to make her reach, not give her that desired deliveries on the legs that she can hit through the line of the ball.
And that's my point, though, is that's fantastic planning, but their field placements didn't reflect where they were trying to bowl. If they're going to bowl wide to it, they need to have protection either at third and also at sweeping.
So Moksha Chowdhury on 47, Holly Charles 18. That one wide. Holly Charles certain she wanted that there. She should really get a single, get Moksha Chowdhury and back on strike and let her hit a boundary to get that 50.
Team game, like you're thinking? Not sure if Holly's thinking that. I think she's wanting to just belt this.
There again, that left foot, you keep mentioning it, about getting close to deliveries. The amount of deliveries that have come off the inside edge of Holly Charles today.
Yeah, what I'd really like to see Holly here is actually, you can see where Giovanna Aris is bowling. She's just bowling in that 5th, 6th stump line. So to me, Holly should be starting to set up, stepping back and across and be able to drive straight back down the ground. They've got a fairly, or they're starting to call up the field now in the middle of the run-up, which technically shouldn't be happening. Well bowled, nice areas there from Giovanna Aris.
I'm going to give Holly Charles the benefit of the doubt and say that she's playing out this over so that her teammate can get 50.
I like your thinking. I'm sure she'll take the credit for that as well.
Her strike rate, it won't do any favors to her strike rate, but
They got plenty of overs up their sleeve. Nice to see a teammate celebrate another 50 for the East today.
yeah, we already had 2 on display in this game, and that was the first of the series. This one hit powerfully through extra cover. Is that the end? No, it's not. Actually, it may be, because just needed 2 runs for victory. And that will be all. So the Women's Eastern Conference, Eastern and Central Conference, leveling this series at 1 apiece. And what a display of cricket it's been from them. They should be very happy with this performance. Dismissing the Western Conference for 187, following it up with an all-round mature batting performance. Thanks to Nadia Gruny, the pick at the top of the order with 68. And then Moksha Chowdhury, she deserves immense credit as well. There's 47 runs. And well supported by Holly Charles towards the end. That 41 partnership proving to be crucial. They win dominantly and go 1-1 in this series. Very exciting. And good to see some good cricket on display today.
Yeah, fantastic. What I've really liked today is that they've actually recovered from some pretty poor positions. And that's what you also want to see. You want to see them be able to bounce back. It's not just that mass collapse where the entire team's out. We had some really good partnerships, 65-run partnership between Nadia Gruny and Moksha Chowdhury when they was they'd had a couple of quick wickets, could have come unhinged, and they managed to get it back on track. And then obviously a little bit of a cameo there at the end there by Holly Charles. There was a 41-run partnership between those two as well. But there were also some really good moments as well for the West, as we mentioned. Akshatha Rao's bowling today was fantastic, 3 for 27 off her 10. But also, as you mentioned, we've mentioned a few times, the 100-run partnership between Asani Vigela and also Giovanna Aris, who both batted very, very well for the Western Indies to get them back on track after being 7 for 63. So I wouldn't mind mentioning as well, Snig DePaul, I thought, did a really good job coming in and opening the bowling today. Was not supposed to be bowling it. It wasn't her role, and she stepped up when required due to the fact that Asani Vigela had actually batted for such a long period of time today. So great. There's some great cricket moments on both teams, but fantastic effort from the Eastern Conference to get over the line today.
Yeah, and just before we go, look at the batting card. Nadia Gruny, 68. Shabani Bhaskar, the captain, she started to build another partnership. She got 19 through the middle period, but it was all the Moksha Chowdhury show, as well as Holly Charles contributing with some glimpses as well. And in terms of the bowlers, well, we've stressed how impressive Akshata Rao was today. 3 wickets for her. Definitely the standout. 1 apiece for Uzma Iftikhar, who was also good, as well as Isani Vaghela, who was a tad expensive. Before we go, I'm going to put Julia on the spot. I know it's not all up to you, Julia, but who's your Sister Mortgage player of the match?
Well, I think purely because of the fact that the East have won this, I think the innings by Nadia Gruny really held it together for the Eastern Conference. And I may have a slight bias towards batters, I think, winning awards sometimes. I thought Annika Kumar was really good. They had a really good team bowling effort. But however, as an individual effort, I think that Nadia Gruny today gets that award for if I was choosing the player of the match, which I am not.
Well, thank you so much to Julia Price. I've been Nikhil Tamchandani. It's been fantastic to commentate these 100 overs, or just about, of some great cricket. Remember, these are the Sister Mortgage Women's National Championships 2021, the third and final 50-over encounter. Don't go anywhere, because tomorrow we'll be starting things off very early with 2 blockbuster T20 encounters, followed by another one on Sunday as we move to the T20 section of this National Championships. Well, in the end, the Eastern Conference proving to be too much for the West, winning by 5 wickets. Thank you very much.